official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Bills Media Day yesterday, or at least locker room cleanout day. Many of the players speaking after the season ends in Kansas City. You can check out all of that audio on our website, WGR550.com, and the Odyssey app. Josh Allen talking about the loss. We did get some injury news from some of the players letting things out, including Allen saying that he suffered a wrist injury at the end of the first half against the Chiefs. Also, Dawson Knox, while giving an impassioned defense of Dalton Kincaid, his season, and the way his season ended against the Chiefs on Sunday, says that Kincaid was playing through a torn PCL in one knee and fluid in his other knee. We expect to hear from Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott later this week to recap the season. Elsewhere around the NFL, Art Rooney, the owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers, says that he anticipates that the team will sign either Russell Wilson or Justin Fields this offseason to open next year as their starting quarterback. Cowboys expected to hire fired Bears head coach Matt Eberflus as their defensive coordinator. Sabres in action tonight against the Boston Bruins, first of a four-game homestand. We'll talk to Alex Tuch coming up later on this morning. Sabres placed Nicholas Aube-Kubel on waivers. He had played 19 games for the team so far this year. Jordan Greenway is getting closer to a return, according to Lindy Ruff. Tonight's puck drop is at 7 o'clock against Boston. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Kick off 2025 with a new Chevy from Paddock.
It's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
I mean, everybody is feeling a certain way about it. Obviously, it sucks. It's not the best feeling in the world, like I said, especially when you're one game away. But I think I love this team. You know, there's no pointing the finger. Like I said, it is what it is, but we'll be all right.
Even though we didn't get what we wanted, we all had the same mindset. Like, we all knew what the goal was. We all knew what the objective was, and we was working towards that. And even though the cards didn't fall our way, I feel like we can run it back.
What I learned that this team is special. It's resilient. And the mindset I think we've had all year is the same mindset we want to have next year, especially as an offense. Just the unselfish mentality that so many of our guys had. But there's a lot of amazing, incredible things about this team that we'll carry over to next year.
I think this is one of the more special units I've ever been around in my entire life, from Pop Warner through high school, through college, in the NFL. Guys truly cared about each other.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
This is a great song.
What is this?
This is All These Things That I've Done. This is a great killer song. I mean, so is Mr. Brightside, but same album. This is track 5. All These Things That I've Done.
Great album. Maybe this should be my next vinyl album.
It's a great vinyl album.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is a stadium banger that they sing, I don't know, every single time. I've seen them play like 4 or 5 times. Hey, everybody, good morning. Happy Tuesday. It is Tuesday, January 28th.
Does it really feel like the offseason now?
Sure. Yeah, sure. Yesterday was a good day to take a couple deep breaths.
Yeah.
I went on in Kansas City again. They called to talk.
Again?
Yeah. Which, you know what's funny? When the Bills
What did they want to know?
When the Bills beat the Ravens, I thought, should we call them afterwards to see, like, what did you guys take out of this game? You lost.
Yeah.
We always do the pre-game interviews, tell us about your team, tell us what the goal is, they win if this or that.
Yeah.
And then when the game ends, we're like, I'll see you later. And
we'll talk to you next year.
Yeah, Carrington Harrison in Kansas City called me and, you know, wanted to talk about the game. What's everyone saying about this and what's everyone saying about that? You know, one of the things was chasing 2-point conversions, and I said, I heard one call to postgame. Doesn't strike me as a thing anybody's all that upset about.
No.
Are people calling for McDermott? I said they kind of always do, but yesterday was a lot quieter than most years.
Yeah, because there was no game management gaffe or anything. Like you could go in on the defense.
You could, for sure. I'm sure we will over the course of months and months.
But so they had the second most fourth down attempts in playoff history.
Yeah. By the way,
No one's mad about that, though.
no, that's right.
They might be mad about how they went about a couple of 4th and 1s after they'd been stopped on some sneaks, but I don't think anybody's mad that, like, it's not Dan Campbell last year. Like, what are you doing? Why are you being too aggressive here?
Right. They had the second most. They tied Washington, who also had the second most, the same day.
Yeah.
Which is
6.
Partially about context of the NFL now. These teams, these coaches know to go for it. What else did he ask me? A couple different things. But one thing he did ask me, and, maybe today is the day to partially turn to optimism, partially turn that way while still reflecting and still looking back on what happened and what went wrong and what players are saying about it. He asked some version of, is there a feeling of, will it ever happen? Mm-hmm. Are you starting to really doubt if it will ever happen for the Bills? And my answer to that was an easy, well, I don't think this is the best team they ever brought to the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, it was different. It was built different ways, but it wasn't their best roster they've ever had. And I
that's right.
Yeah, it was like that, as simple as that. I remember what might have been December. I'll go back and find it. We put up a Twitter poll, is this the Bills' best team under Sean McDermott and Josh Allen of this era? I don't remember what the results were. I feel like 60% said no, that they're really good, but it might not be their best team. And, of course, it's not as easy as the best team you have is going to be the one that wins it. But what percentage of Bills fans don't expect them to be better, in finger quotes, next year? Better roster, better something. I don't know about a better result. I don't know about a better record. But aren't you pretty confident they will have a better roster next year?
I'm very confident of
Who's
that.
the biggest piece that's leaving?
Rasul Douglas.
And Amari Cooper.
And Cooper, right?
And
guys that I might think are aged out anyway, to some extent.
It's to me, it's not hard at all to envision them and us liking their roster better.
There's no Tremaine Edmonds is leaving, and we don't know what it's going to look like afterwards.
There's not even a John Feliciano is leaving. There's not even
the line is here.
Yeah, like
the offense is really here, except for Cooper, right? And Hollins.
And Mac Hollins, who I'm sure you could have back.
But the rest of it is all the same.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I think. And that's where my focus would be is getting better is the offensive personnel. And if everything is staying and I'm expecting to add a little bit there, like I'm expecting that to look better. The defense, I guess, right. Douglas is out. Hamlin started all year and he's out, but I would be surprised if they didn't just plug Cole Bishop in there. If you listen to Sal, it sounds like what their plan maybe was all year for Bishop. Like he's not going to start right away. And maybe they'll get him in as the season goes on, but they don't want to throw a rookie right into it. So what would the plan have been? Let's slow play it, and then, hey, year 2, maybe he goes in and he's the starter. So Bishop for Hamlin's not like a downgrade. I might even hope that that's an upgrade, right? And more splash plays, more athleticism. There just really isn't. Unless they're planning on, like, cutting Matt Milano, and I've got to reset there. I don't think there's a thing. There's not a Vaughn. Right?
Vaughn
will be out the door, and he was okay.
He'll be replaced by a first-round defensive end that I think will maybe not be Von Miller legacy-wise, but will can the first-round defensive end not produce what Vaughn did this year?
Right. That's why there's no, to your point, there's no position where I would expect the Bills are worse next year than they were this year.
Yeah,
one position.
They just went through a massive change where we wondered about, look at the turnover at receiver, look at the turnover at safety, look at what they've done at running back, deciding Ty Johnson and Ray Davis. And, there was turnover. And this year, it will just be more about bolstering. So with 1 first-round pick and 2 seconds and a third and 2 fourths and 1 fifth and 3.
Do they have their third, or they traded away for Cooper?
Traded away for Cooper. You're right. Sorry. They have 2 seconds.
But 2 seconds.
A first and 2 seconds. They traded their third for Cooper, which I'm not going to get upset about.
No.
They did that. It's fine.
Late third-round pick.
It's a very late third. And they have the Bears 4th, by the way. So they're picking like 2 picks later.
Okay, so they
right. Yeah. So whatever. I'm not too worried about that. Actually, no. The Bears had a decent season. They won 4 or 5 games, right? Where are the Bears picking? I don't know the draft order yet. That's how it's not the full offseason.
You don't know the draft order?
The Titans pick first.
Who's picking 5th?
No idea.
No idea? All right, it's not the offseason until you can answer that question.
That's right. The Titans pick first, and that's all I know. The Patriots are 3rd.
The Patriots are 3rd. The Bears pick 8th.
Okay, well
It's pretty high.
Yeah, so the Bills have the 8th pick of the 4th round because they have the Bears 4th.
Vegas picks 5th, by the way. If you're interested.
Okay, there you go. But anyway, I'm not trying to gloss over it or go rose-colored glasses or anything like that. I listened back to our show yesterday. I listened to the afternoon show, and frustration mounts for sure. But I almost wanted to make a distinction between last year was the frustration of the first window being over. Yeah. And now we've just entered the second window, and you're not even losing your offensive coordinator. That could be a thing where, well, we're going to have to see how it works with whoever got that job. Instead, he just comes back. And Dawson Knox is saying the offense is going to have the same kind of mentality. We'll see if it looks the same. We'll see what other pieces maybe they throw in there. But, it's a team that I expect to have better players next year. Mm-hmm. And with that, I expect Brandon Beane to not necessarily pursue 8 players, but really go after some with one big prize in mind.
Yeah, they don't need a volume of players. Like if they have some ability to spend a little bit of money this year, it's like 2 guys. Like you're going to fill in some of these spots too with draft picks, right? Like you're going to want a first-round pick to contribute somewhere, I would hope, and you'll have your 2 seconds, unless you're using one of those or one of those picks in a trade. We just kind of went through it. Where do you need to be better? You need to be better maybe with one other better pass rusher than Von Miller. You want to upgrade from Von Miller. You want to upgrade from Amari Cooper. You want to upgrade from Rasul Douglas, right? The 3 guys that are a little bit past their prime, you would like to say, okay, Cooper, great career. You did fine the half season you were here. Douglas, same thing. 1.5 years, good job. Von, the injury disrupted it. You guys all are good to move on, and we're going to go for younger and better. And corner, defensive end, receiver. Bang, bang, bang.
Yep.
Whether that's maybe one of those or 2 of those or a draft pick and the other one's a big splash move in the offseason. Like, to me, that would be the offseason that I would hope and expect that they're going to have. The only thing is with the offensive point.
You said corner what? Edge and receiver?
Corner, edge, and receiver.
Okay, also a massive amount of capital into defensive tackle.
Okay.
I think they're going to want to go big there.
Okay. That's probably right. So just the defensive line then.
Sure. Multiple pieces of depth, too. Like, no more it's October and we're snagging 2 guys off of waivers.
Right.
Which has happened multiple seasons.
Right.
I'm always wanting to bring up Linval Joseph.
Linval Joseph, yeah.
Not exactly a big, bit player for the Bills, but still. No. Right. Corner, defensive, finger quotes, overhaul. They might have a few new starters on that side of the ball, and the offense might have 1.
Yeah. I have the Chiefs in mind, though, even a little bit when thinking about like what I would want them to get. And, okay, they had some poor tackles this year. I didn't feel like the Bills they didn't take advantage of that.
Right.
I mean, part of that was Greg Rousseau. I think by all accounts I'm seeing had a bad day, a really bad day, and he was your number 1 edge rusher, so that hurts. But another guy would be good if that's a weakness of theirs at any point in the future. Like, I'd like to be able to take advantage of that. Another corner that is more athletic than 31-year-old Rasul Douglas that could cover Xavier Worthy in space if I need it. And a receiver that if they're going to dare me to throw to the outside and I can get big plays over the middle, but I can't really on the boundary, add somebody that has the speed of the guy they just drafted last year. Like, I've got them in mind for a lot of this. The only thing I would worry about, not even worry about, just I wonder how much they'll act on that Dawson Knox clip when we're coming in. Like, hope we keep the same mindset as an offense. No selfishness, whatever, from last year or from this past season to the next year. And I kind of hope they don't really worry about that. I kind of hope, like, if they don't know, if they thought they had the money and to go pay T. Higgins and he wanted to come here, I would hope that they wouldn't turn the other cheek on him as an idea because they didn't know if he was going to want the ball or not.
Right.
Like, sure, if one guy is like volatile and if you don't want George Pickens because there's a lot that comes with that.
Sure.
There's some extreme examples where I'd be like, okay, that's acceptable. But if you don't want a number 1, just a because you don't want a number one. Like that is the one thing I just hope they don't do this summer.
Yeah, I've got some stuff written down to talk about, to bring up with regard to that, about, Kincaid here and all their weapons and the way we talk about them. So that's a big part of it. 803-0550. The McDermott piece, like maybe today's McDermott day, because the one thing I did say, again, like kind of recapping my conversation with Carrington Harrison, who called to ask about how we're handling it. I said, I have every belief the Bills will be a better roster next year, and will they get a better result? I don't know. But should I think that they're going to ever stop Patrick Mahomes defensively? Should I ever think that's going to happen? It really has never happened in the playoffs.
Is that as long as McDermott's the coach, I'm not expecting it?
That's a good question. I feel like the fourth down stuff, or kicking field goals, or time management, that stuff is easier for fans, including myself here. That is way easier for us to say, what is wrong with you? How could you not understand how this works? And when we're talking about calling a defense, well, that's something he does understand, and I am not exactly going to say I do. So all I can do is look at the results. And if we look at the results in the playoffs against Mahomes, it starts to look like Tomlin in the playoffs. It's always 30 points.
Mm-hmm.
And last year, go through the numbers, Joe. AFC Championship points, or whatever, playoff points you give up to Mahomes. How many times have the Chiefs punted in 4 games? It's not many.
Mm-hmm.
It's not many at all. If you go back to 13 seconds, why do we think they're going to win 13 seconds? Because the Bills had scored so late that you didn't have to stop Mahomes. The clock would stop him, and it still didn't. Last year, one fumble out of the back of the end zone keeps that a one-score game. If Tyler Bass misses the kick, guess what probably happens? You probably do not stop him.
Mm-hmm.
They don't, ever. And I don't know that I'll ever think that they will in the playoffs. So I kind of have both sides of it right now rattling around in my head about, of course they'll be back here. And will they beat them? Maybe. They probably could have beat them once or twice already. And with some bad luck or some bad calls or some mistakes, they fall short. But I don't think this is the best version of the Bills that the Chiefs will ever see. Well, is it the best version of Allen? No, I don't think so. Allen's maybe had his best season efficiency-wise. He didn't have his best playoffs, I don't think. He didn't have his best playoff game against the Chiefs.
No, he was frantic.
A little bit scattershot.
Yeah.
So anyway, I read Matt Harmon's breakdown about what the Commanders and the Bills need. He wrote all right, the two losers, what do the Commanders and the Bills need? And the thing he said about the Bills, of Yahoo Sports, Matt Harmon, reception perception, big-time wide receiver guy, was more than just receiver. But what he basically said was, this team needs to be a little bit more dangerous on both sides of the ball. They are really good, and they are fundamentally sound, and there's a lot of things about them that people like, but they need to be a little bit more dangerous on both sides. And the answer to that is to have blue chippers. I mean, I know this is just don't punch me in the face for saying this. They need a A.J. Brown and a Myles Garrett. That's tough to get.
They need the most expensive things that are out there.
They need, the pieces that are toughest to get outside of the quarterback. The toughest pieces to get. The game wrecker on defense. Maybe that's Patrick Surtain, right? A corner they draft that is so good that shuts down a side of the field. Or they need a receiver that takes so much attention that everybody eats underneath that. So we'll get some calls in on this. Maybe today's got a little bit of a different tone. It's the offseason. Yesterday was frustration and Groundhog Day and a lot of things. But I think they're going to be a better team, or at least a better roster next season. And we should be viewing this as the start of the second window. And Brady returning is a big part of that, a real big part of that.
Mm-hmm. At least for one more year.
1 year.
You might only get one more.
I would say you probably only get one more, yeah.
So make it count.
Provided it goes well. 803-0550. We'll start on the phones with Larry in South Florida. Larry, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I was going to call yesterday, but reality didn't set in yet, and I was still too damn depressed. But, getting there today, like you said, Groundhog Day, and you talked about this a little bit yesterday, and it was really strange because during that whole game, kept watching, and I said, God, looks like Kansas City's got 14 players on defense. It's like all you see is red jerseys everywhere. And when we're on defense, it looked like we had 6 guys on defense because we were so spread out. And then Elam it looked like he played 50 yards off the receiver every time, which just bothers the heck out of me. So you're right, and you talked about it, and Matt Harmon mentioned it. We're not dangerous. Kansas City could load up in there because they had no fears of us going downfield deep. And if we did, their safeties could back up and get there quick enough. And you saw the throws, a couple longs he tried to make to Coleman, and there was 3 or 4 guys around him. I said, okay, this is not going to work. So this, and our defense, you're right. No, we're not going to stop Holmes. I mean, come on, give me a break. And I would love, since this is the year that we have 3 picks in the first 2 rounds, and this is going to kill me to say this because I am wide receiver trained. As a matter of fact, once, Jeremy, we were talking about it, I'm walking my dog and the train goes by and the horn goes and we thought it was a stop. But I really want to see us. We're going to have the money now that we're free of the $30 million digs. Either go spend the money on a free agent wide receiver right now that can open up the field like a T. Higgins or an A.J. Brown. I mean, I was so jealous when Philly got Brown. I just was like, oh, my God, how did we not spend the money to go get him? But get one of those guys if you can. If not, get one in the draft. But what I really want in the first pick, I don't want a defense end because I want to get rid of Miller and I want to trade Epineza for whatever you can get for Epineza because they missed on these guys. In the first round, I want a monster, biggest defensive tackle that's left on the board, that's mean, and that's got some athleticism. And in the second round, I want a monster linebacker. Like the guy that Campbell, I think, for Detroit, when he was available when it came time for us, and I was really sad we didn't get him. And even a corner or a safety. And I don't really care in the second round what you get in the order you do it. I mean, I do care what we get, but the order doesn't matter. As long as we get a wide receiver in free agency that can move, it's got some wheels, and that they know are going to open up the lanes for these other guys. Because you're right. We didn't scare them. And
well, yeah, thanks, Larry. On that point, like the final play, that blitz, aren't they blitzing because they're not afraid they're going to get beat? Like we're definitely going to get there. Aren't they sending that? I think the same thing. I think the one thing about this Bills offense, you would say, and there are a lot of words said about it for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. Hey, they don't know who to focus on. Right. That means they're not afraid of anybody. And that means any defense you're playing can do whatever they want. There's no, well, we can't run this scheme because we can't leave so-and-so out on an island against, not Worthy. I don't want to use him here. We can't leave somebody in single coverage like we do against A.J. Brown. The Chiefs will not be able to do that probably with just, single man coverage on A.J. Brown on a couple plays because we'll be fine. A.J. Brown is part of the reason that the Eagles are what they are. I mean, there's a lot of headlines about Saquon Barkley, but getting back to Matt Harmon's piece at Yahoo, I just mentioned him. His comparison for the Bills was the Eagles. He said, they're the Eagles without A.J. Brown. They have everything else that you would want. A great running back, a great line, tight ends, depth at receiver. They're just missing the guy that gets them back in the game if they need him. You're missing A.J. Brown, who read a book on the sidelines,
You're missing your Diggs replacement.
Yeah.
Like for years we kind of mentally prepared for, all right, like this was why we wanted them to draft a receiver, right? It was get ready for when he's not here. Have someone in line for when he's not here. And he got traded away, and they made it work without that replacement in-house. Because Keon Coleman was picked, but he is not the same type of player. Like, he's not someone that is built to, I think, ever be like a number one like we're talking about.
No, next year will be a big year for Keon Coleman in terms of like what we think he can be.
Yeah.
Very big year.
Because beyond that, like they didn't have that guy. And again, they made it work and almost made the Super Bowl without it. But it just feels like you'd really like it's the one thing on offense you really don't have. That's it. Like if you want to add to the offense, that's the only thing to add.
Right. Yeah, the line.
You've got everything
you feel
else.
like the line is perfect. Your backs were good. Yeah.
You're not changing out who your tight ends are. So, this is what you got.
803-0550, our number. How discouraged should everybody really be here? How discouraged should you be? Whether it's about, well, they got farther than you thought, and they made the AFC Championship game, and that's a step forward. Like, how discouraged, I'm just going to keep saying that, should we all be? 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Of course, the Bills lose. Locker clean out yesterday. Some of the fallout around the league, what people are saying about them, where they fall short, and, are they wasting Josh Allen? There's the other part of the question. You'll see that. Are they wasting him? It's Jeremy and Joe. Give us a ring. Pop on the feed. Comment in the, comment box. We'll get back to you as much as we can and, get through it together. Happy Tuesday. A little, lighter show today. We've got more fun, I guess. Howard's going to come in and give the obituary, too. So, we'll see if he's freaking out. 803-0550 on WGR.
Jeremy and Joe, live from the Just Call Jed studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. WGR Sports Radio 550. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills, WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Bills locker room clean-out day yesterday. Heard from some players that are all sound-wise available on our website, WGR550.com. A couple of injury updates from guys that spoke about injuries they've been playing through. Josh Allen said he injured his wrist at the end of the first half of the Chief game on Sunday. Dalton Kincaid, according to Dawson Knox, who was defending Kincaid's season and also his drop at the end of the game, said Kincaid was playing through a torn PCL in one knee and fluid in his other knee. Brandon Beane, Sean McDermott expected to meet with the media at some point this week to recap the season from their perspective. Elsewhere around the NFL, the Steelers owner Art Rooney did media yesterday, defending Mike Tomlin. Also said the team will re-sign either Russell Wilson or Justin Fields this offseason. Cowboys expected to hire fired head coach Matt Eberflus is their defensive coordinator. Doug Marone's back in the league.
Highly respected Doug Marone.
That's what he was called?
Jordan Schultz was the one that tweeted that he's joining the Patriots staff.
Yeah, Patriots is their offensive line coach.
And, of course, he wrote, highly respected Doug Marone, which, if you're tweeting about Doug Marone getting a job, his agent requires, I don't actually know this for a fact, I'm kind of having fun here, but it sure seems like it, that you include highly respected in describing him. Highly respected Coach Doug Marone.
I mean, he did make it to an AFC championship.
Hey, he's a young Bill Parcells.
Was that said?
I think it was Schefter that said that.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
He got a ton of the insiders saying he's so good and respected.
Young Bill Parcells.
Yes.
Sabres Bruins tonight, 7 o'clock. Pregame at 6. They placed Nicholas Obey-Kubel on waivers yesterday. Jordan Greenway is getting closer to a return, according to Lindy Ruff. We'll talk with Alex Tuch in about an hour and a half. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet Sports headlines. Kick off 2025 with the new Chevy from Paddock.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
Call protection to slide left, and then they always show from film. They will blitz from where they're not showing it from, so they showed it from the right. So we was thinking they doing it from the left, but they actually brought it from the right this time. So it's just, you can say it's an error. I think they just called a better play than we had on offense. So just how the game goes.
Osiris Torrance breaking down exactly what happened on that final play, which has become its own controversy as Benjamin Solak, formerly of The Ringer, now of ESPN, has kind of broken down, like, why didn't Allen throw to Shakir, which they do all the time on this play. Mm-hmm. And even Ryan Fitzpatrick got after him, saying, you shouldn't say that.
Come out immediately on the left. Or came at Solak or came at Allen?
Came at Solak.
Okay.
And said, like, if you're not standing there, it's a little tough to take. Meanwhile, other NFL players and analysts said, like, yeah, why didn't the ball go to Shakir? Anyway, 2015, it was an NFL executive that said Doug Marone was a young Bill Parcells. Adam Schefter and Chris Mortensen of ESPN putting together a list of 10 coaches most likely to land a head coaching gig. Young Bill Parcells. There you go.
Yikes.
I didn't make it up. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Tuesday.
That final play is going to be the one I'm thinking about a lot this season.
Okay, can I give you one more?
Yeah.
Dan Orlovsky on the final drive. It's funny, if this were the regular season, we would spend 3 days on that drive.
Yeah.
And in the playoffs, and this is true last year too, like the Diggs drop gets remembered. It's really one of the few things that gets remembered from that drive. Allen fumbled on the drive last year. People don't remember that.
Sherfield had a bomb that he dropped.
Yeah, like there's just these drives all blend together. Anyway, Dan Orlovsky said Allen, the throw he's going to want back is the first one, first down. First and 10.
Is that the one he kind of throws out
to the middle of the field,
nowhere?
and there's nobody there.
Yeah.
And he said he thinks Shakir is going to keep going up the seam, and that's a really aggressive throw. Shakir puts on the brakes. But Orlovsky took a look at the video and said, why doesn't he throw this ball out to the flat to, I think it's Kincaid that's out there. He said, I've seen him make this throw all year. He takes the easy chunk. It's first down. Go get your 8 yards here. Take it. It's free. And he threw to Shakir. And now it's 2nd and 10. And on 2nd down, the ball gets batted down. And on 3rd down, we're doing screens to Amari Cooper. And on 4th down, it's a prayer.
Yeah.
And he said the throw he'll want back and he'll think about That's Orlovsky's opinion here, is first down.
Well, is that, this might be a stretch, but is that what we were just talking about? It's the final drive. He is, he's trying to score to win, to beat the Chiefs. Biggest moment of the season. You're going to, what did Santonio Holmes say to Ben Roethlisberger before that legendary Super Bowl drive? Like, I'm going to get open.
Yeah.
And Ben Roethlisberger threw to him on every single pass on that drive, and they scored a touchdown. Is Allen going into that drive thinking, I'm going to get the ball to Shakir here? That's my guy. He's my number one guy. I'm going to get the ball to him, and we're going to go down the field, and he's going to be my number one. Again, that's crawling into his mind a little too much probably. Even on the fourth down play, I wouldn't even say my takeaway from it, even though these were huge factors, are Kincaid dropping it or where Allen decides to go with the ball. Because if Allen goes to Shakir, it's probably first down. If Kincaid catches the football, it's clearly a first down. For me, it's more about the coaching element of it. That Spagnuolo right there, Osiris Torrance is giving you the answer. Others have talked about it. That there was a Jeremy Fowler tweet about Spagnuolo arriving at the decision to call that blitz. He had considered a man blitz there. He had considered basically plays that they had showed on tape before, and they hadn't really shown this one.
Yeah.
And they thought that would catch the Bills off guard, and it absolutely did. Same way he tried to catch them off guard in the end of the regular season game, where Allen scrambled and got the touchdown anyway. I got a coach on that side and a team that is throwing in extra wrinkles. And I like the way Sal described it yesterday of the Bills, when they get to that game, oftentimes they do what got them there. And the Chiefs don't. The Chiefs are willing to do things. RPOs, they didn't run all the time. They ran as many on the first drive as they did the whole last time the Bills played them.
Yep.
They're running QB-designed runs with Mahomes, which they never do.
I saw that the touchdowns, what they ran in the red zone, the Chiefs, they had not run that all year.
Right. That maybe this last play that we're talking about is along the same lines. Is that just the identity or the willingness of one coaching staff versus the other? Or is that the Chiefs got the 1 seed and were on cruise control so early that they've been able to think about this type of stuff for a month and a half, and the Bills have had to, they've had to go through Baltimore and had to play a wild card game, and I don't know. It could be different.
It could. 803-0550. We'll get some more phone calls on this. The one thing about all of this, I'm thinking back to Baltimore, and maybe the Bills coaches have done this too and just don't tell the story, and we don't hear,
because they don't win.
Maybe.
If you win, maybe you focus more on 3 play calls where they did do something. I mean, I got one in my head that they definitely did not run all year, or at least I'd be surprised if someone showed me a play that I forgot about. They never ran a speed option where Allen is, where Allen runs to the right and he pitches it out to Cook, which is what the touchdown was.
Right.
That's one play that they hadn't run.
That's right. 803-0550 is our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. We'll get a call in here. Mike in Tonawanda. Hey, Mike.
Good morning, guys. Well, first of all, you asked if we were going to be discouraged. Should we be discouraged? And I feel like, yeah, because we got them at home. All right, we didn't win there. We had injuries. We had some of our best teams that it happened. So it's like, even like you said, even if we have a better roster next year, why should we expect any different? Because we've done it every which way. So yes, I am a little bit discouraged because what else is there left to do other? I don't know, build a super team or something like that, which brings me to my next point, is clearly in the past few years, Bean has been good with his first-round picks. He's more better in the middle and late rounds. Why not, for this year or another year or whatever, trade away one of your first or second-round picks to get an already established player in his prime, like a Myles Garrett or someone else out there, A.J. Brown or somebody, because it clearly the first round and sometimes even the second round is not working for Bean. So why waste the investment as rapid? Get a player in here that's already established, already knows what to do, doesn't need no coaching up or whatever, and do it that way. Maybe that'll way work, but I don't know. I'm feeling. It's not even I'm feeling discouraged. I just feel numb to the whole thing because it's okay, before get them at home. Let's see what happens. Get them at home. Okay, got them at home. We still lost. We had Josh had the ball on offense both years back to back with a chance to win it. We both would have signed up for that. And something always happens. So I don't know. It's hard to feel encouraged and optimistic about it. I mean, unless somebody knocks off KC before we do, which that doesn't seem likely because it seems like we kind of play them the best in the playoffs. But I don't know. I have no answers.
Thanks, Mike. One thing I would say is, in a transition year like this, I don't know, like a team's messaging versus what's reality. I am always wanting the Bills to be as good as they can be, and when they have two Pro Bowlers, right? It was Allen and Dawkins.
Yep.
And Cook, by the way, got named as an alternate now, so he's
okay.
going to go. And the Ravens have 9. There's a little bit of a yeah, right, sure. Now their 9 Pro Bowlers can go to the Pro Bowl when the Bills knock them out. There's almost like this air of having that many good players is bad. It's better to be underrated. It's better to be under the radar. It's better to be underappreciated. Mm-hmm. And I think about the Chiefs with this. Go ahead and look at the last however many years, 7 years, of the NFL's top 100 players. They have, for multiple seasons, had 3 in the top 10. Every year, it's Mahomes and Kelsey and Chris Jones.
Yep.
3 players in the top 10. And depth, and everybody eats, and do your 111th, and I know. But when we get to these stages, what do we need the Bills to do? We need someone to take over games. Chris Jones wrecked multiple games in the playoffs last year, and the Bills don't really have anybody to do that. And listen, it's easy to say, go get a Chris Jones. But until you find somebody like that, you might end up doing the same thing over and over and over again. They got a Chris Jones. They got a Trent McDuffie, who is one of the best. I mean, the Bills have multiple players that are very, very good. Taron Johnson's one of the best slot corners in all of football, and has been for a long time. That was the idea behind signing Vaughn. We're going to have a guy that's one of the best. And for half of 1 year, they did. And it looked pretty darn good. So however you're going to do it, if that's trading a first-round pick to make sure you get it, if that's adding Mike Evans, who won't be added probably, of course, like he re-signed, didn't he? Okay, fine. But that's the point. Find me someone that's available that's going to make your NFL top 100, that's going to make all-pro consideration, second-team all-pro. That's what it will take. Allen is going to need more people to shoulder the load, more people to carry the load, instead of just treating the offense like a cast of extras is good enough. And on defense especially. They probably need 2 players on that side of the ball that can make a bigger difference rather than just, hey, they've been okay. They're getting by with this guy. 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. We'll buzz through calls. Today's conversation a little different than yesterday. If you want to make it about the game, go for it. But, as we start to turn forward, are we all kind of aligned on what it's going to take? It's Jeremy and Joe. Join us, 803-0550 on WGR.
A stat of the day.
All right, stat of the day for you. I saw this and I liked it. It's wide receiver train based. It's Super Bowl related. Stat of the day powered by Empire Electric, your residential neighborhood electrician. Visit empireelectricians.com. Now, Bills fans know, Joe, a little something about trading away a receiver and drafting one. The Vikings traded away Diggs and they got Justin Jefferson.
Yep.
How about that? The other very famous one, the Titans traded away A.J. Brown.
Oh, yeah.
And drafted Treylon Burks.
That did not work.
The stat of the day is that since that trade, A.J. Brown has more Super Bowl appearances than Treylon Burks has touchdowns.
Oh. Was it one?
One. If you want to draw a line to, like, what happened to the Titans? They're picking first? That's part of it.
Yeah.
That's part of it. Of course, their quarterback situation's a mess, and now they can start over again with Cam Ward. And there we go. Good morning. It's cold out. It was windy last night.
It was very windy. We got some snow, too.
Some snow. It was thought the house was going to blow over windy.
Yeah.
Nuts. Like somebody banging outside.
Spooky sounding wind on the whole night.
Yep.
Basically. Walking into snowdrifts this morning was not fun.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
After a nice snow-blown sidewalk, and then all of a sudden you're walking in drifts.
Yeah. It was windy enough where I'm driving home on the thruway last night, like maybe like 8 o'clock, so it was windy at that point. Maybe we got windier overnight. And your car is, like, you feel the wind grabbing your car and, like, feels like it's, like, ripping it to the right. Yeah. We get 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts yesterday.
It was nuts. Well, posted a Twitter poll. One day later, think the most basic question on the Bills is, are you more discouraged or more encouraged about their pursuit of a Super Bowl? They took a step forward, right? And this is not an offseason where they'll be losing very many key pieces. So asking it that way. I did not include an option to vote for the same, unfortunately. So sorry. If you feel the same, you don't have to vote. You can just give us a call or comment underneath. Because the same could be you feel good and you already felt good, or you feel bad and you already felt bad. I don't know. You know, it's not congressional testimony, just a Twitter poll. So vote if you want. Give us a ring. We'll get some phone calls when we return. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
When the players call, when the coaches call, when the insiders call, the West Her Hotline, brought to you by the West Her Automotive Group. Welcome to West Her, New York. Sports Radio 550 WGR Buffalo and WKSE HD2 Niagara Falls, Buffalo, 98.5 FM.
An Odyssey sports station.
Broadcasting live from the Just Call Jed studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Yesterday, locker room clean-out day for the Bills. They were meeting with the media, and we have all that sound available on our website, WGR550.com, from the likes of Josh Allen and many others. Allen talking about the season coming to an end, the last drive, whole lot of it. He also said that he had a wrist injury that he picked up at the end of the Bills, or the end of the first half of the Bills-Chiefs game on Sunday, but was able to play through it. Also, Dawson Knox speaking yesterday, talking about Dalton Kincaid and defending his season, said that Kincaid had been playing through a torn PCL in one knee and fluid in his other knee. So it sounds like Kincaid was battling maybe not one, but two knee injuries on the year. Art Rooney, the Steelers owner, says he anticipates the Steelers signing Russell Wilson or Justin Fields this offseason. Also committed further to Mike Tomlin and defending his resume as a coach. So that doesn't sound like that's going to be moving on from him at any time soon. Cowboys expected to hire fired Bears head coach Matt Eberflus, their defensive coordinator. Brian Schottenheimer, their coach, will also continue to call plays on offense. Doug Marrone back in the league as the Patriots offensive line coach. Sabres in action tonight, 7 o'clock against the Bruins at KeyBank Center, the first of a 4-game homestand. They placed Nicholas Obey-Kubel on waivers after playing 19 games for the team this year. Jordan Greenway is getting closer to a return. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Kickoff 2025 with a new Chevy from Paddock.
I think it's the most haunted organization. It might be the most haunted player in the history of the NFL. I mean, 4 straight Super Bowl losses 30-plus years ago. And now 4 straight losses to Patrick Mahomes when your quarterback plays just as good in all those games. The point differential on them is 5 points. We're talking about the difference between a career that we could categorize as an all-time great and just really good right now.
Dan Orlovsky. I'm not here to hear that Allen played just as good in this game. There have been games he played just as good. This was not one of them.
Would you say in the totality of the games he has? I don't even think you could say that.
No,
the first one he didn't.
First one he didn't.
Maybe the second one he did.
The third one he probably didn't either. I mean,
I think what Orlovsky is doing there is he's getting way too basic with the stats, because he actually was the one that tweeted out in the last 3 playoff meetings. By the way, that's also kind of convenient. We're leaving out the first one. But the last 3 playoff meetings against each other, Mahomes versus Allen, 9 touchdowns each. Mahomes 1 turnover, Allen no turnovers, 4 sacks taken apiece. Mm-hmm. So on that front, they look equal. But, yeah, no, I thought Mahomes was the better quarterback on Sunday, and I thought, obviously I think in the first playoff meeting that they ever had, I think Mahomes was better. It's really only the second one. And even in the second one, maybe you could argue Allen was even better, but didn't matter.
Well, looking at, what do you want? You want EPA, anything like that? Like Mahomes his EPA per play was triple what Allen was yesterday or Sunday. It's not trying to get after Allen. He played fine. He played well. He may have been lucky to not have been turned over a couple times.
He did kind of keep them in the game. He threw 2 insane balls to Mac Hollins.
Yes, he did.
Down the middle.
I'm not here coming for Allen. I don't really want to hear he played exactly as good as Patrick Mahomes did. Mahomes has been unstoppable against the Bills pretty much every time. Now, the degree of difficulty might be tougher for Allen playing against a Steve Spagnuolo defense that consistently plays better than Sean McDermott's defenses do in those spots. And yet the points are kind of the same. Anyway, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. We're on a couple different things today. One thing we're not on yet, and I don't know, maybe I don't know what day or what time this is, but have you noticed how much like our maybe overall culture where a lot more people seem to just want to believe in conspiracies, that sports is going the same way too? Now there's conspiracies about how It's all about they want to get Taylor Swift, follow the money. Like the number of people that now give actual thought to the idea that the league is in the bag for the Chiefs, it's really hard to take. Mm-hmm. It's hard to believe enough people believe that stuff, but, you know. I get to a point where I think social media, you know, there's clickbait, engagement farming, all that stuff. The number one thing you can do to do that is go after officials, because there's not a soul alive to defend officials. If you go after a player, you're going to get an army of his fans. You go after a team, you're going to get a mafia. You go after an official, it's crickets, and everybody's there to tell you that, oh, yeah, that official is actually in the bag for Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. Like, okay, fine, great. I can't even imagine having that thought to treat it with respect. If you think the league is fixed, you should stop watching. Yeah. I would not watch the league if I thought it was rigged or fixed or anything. Now, incompetence and poor structure and goofy rules, well, that I'll listen to. Mm-hmm. Anyway, 803-0550 to join us. More discouraged, more encouraged, and, you know, the way forward for the Bills. Kind of talking through a lot of different things this morning. Alan in Toronto is next up. Good morning, Alan.
Yeah, hi, folks. I'm extremely disappointed. 4th and 5, just prior to the 2-minute warning. Dalton Kincaid. Too bad he couldn't catch it. It was in his breadbasket, you know, the Hail Mary pass. And if he would have caught it, then they would have had first down and at least get very close to field goal range.
Yeah, they're right on the edge of field goal range right there. Yep.
And the game wasn't over then, but they were very squarely behind the 8 ball. And it's going to be a very long offseason for the Bills in general, and for Dalton in particular, and for Bills fans in particular, too. The Super Bowl window can only stay open for so long. You know, this year was a golden opportunity, and almost close but no cigar. It's going to haunt the Bills fans and the players too. I really feel sorry for them. It's too bad, because the Chiefs were there to be had. You know, a play here, a play there. They were there to be had. It wasn't. They didn't dominate the game. So I'm very disappointed. I've been a Bills fan since the days of War Memorial Stadium. O.J. Simpson, Haven, Moses, J.D. Hill. So I'm extremely disappointed. You know, I've been going to those games, most of those games, for the past 50 years. So.
Yep. Okay, Alan. Thank you. There to be had.
Yeah. I mean, they had the ball down 3, so I guess you have to say that, right? Like, I think it's true. The defense did get a stop and forced a field goal to give them that chance, right? I mean, how many of us would have been confident that goal to go, they would have held them to a field goal there? The Chiefs had 1st and 10. What's the next play? Is that a sack?
Yes.
They get backed up, right?
Yep.
So you get a sack, and then they're backed up, and then it's a throwaway, whatever. You get them to a field goal. The camera shows Allen, and he, like, nods. Like, someone had just said something like, all right, here we go. Like, this is the drive of the season. And maybe you had a lot of confidence there. I wonder, though, because there to be had, there was a comment, was it one of the first callers that said, like, I would sign up every time for Allen with the ball, going down, chance to win the game. Like, okay, that's not really how they were built this year, though. Like, sure, he is incredible, and it would feel like with him under center that, sure, you should be able to move down the field and get a touchdown to win it. But that means you're throwing the ball on every play. I guess they called one run. But you're probably in a 3-minute drill. You're calling a pass on almost every play, which means you are now the thing that got you there, your run game and your Alec Anderson package and James Cook. Like, suddenly that's not what you're doing now. You got to march down the field and you got to pick them apart. And how many times were they really faced with that test this year? Were they ever faced with that test? When they won games, they usually had the lead.
Yeah.
That's usually how it works. But
and sometimes they threw it when they had a slow start against teams like Arizona, Tennessee.
Am I missing one? Was there another drive this year where the Bills are down, they need to win a touchdown to win it, and it's you got to throw on every play?
The Rams, they did that a lot against the Rams.
Okay, that's right. And that kept them in the game.
Yep. On the flip side of that, as you mentioned, the Rams, how about how they defended great quarterbacks? How'd they do this year against great quarterbacks?
Right? Say they did.
okay.
Okay. They did okay against Lamar, right?
Kind of.
They did okay. Like for what he is, that's a fine job, I would say.
Okay. I feel like Lamar was a Mark Andrews drop away from, that game is tied. We'll see what.
That's right.
Are we sure the Bills would have gotten in a field goal range? Are we sure? Maybe we should be less sure about that.
How far did they get in this pass game? They wouldn't have got there. They didn't cross midfield, right? The Kincaid pass would have been.
Kincaid dropped it at the field goal range line, basically.
I
mean, they probably do, but maybe not. They did not have a lot of success passing in the second half against Baltimore as it is.
You want like the elite quarterbacks on the year? Like we're not counting like Kyler Murray, are we?
No.
Okay, so they did not great against Lamar early in the year.
Nope.
They did not do great against
Stafford. They got destroyed.
They got picked apart by Goff, but they were with the lead, and like, how much do you want to count that one? And then they played pretty well against Mahomes, I think, in Week 11.
Yep.
And that's it. Then you have Jackson and Mahomes in the playoffs, where like Jackson, you'd be working to say they did a great job, and I think Mahomes, they did about as bad a job as you could.
Yeah, which is standard for them.
It's not impossible either. Like 212 yards of offense the week before against Houston. You mentioned how they forced like no punts against the Chiefs. The Ravens last year in the AFC Championship forced 6 punts on the Chiefs. Mm-hmm. Is that more than the last 3 games combined against the Bills? Like, the Bills don't force 6 punts on Patrick Mahomes ever, no matter what version of the Chiefs it is.
803-0550. Coaching gap is part of this. I think, one of the reasons there's less McDermott stuff today. I mean, we are 5 hours into our morning shows post losing to the Chiefs, and has there been a single McDermott's got to go call? Maybe someone that called in brought up another point, but it feels like maybe it's resignation that he won't, or maybe it just doesn't feel like it's at his feet as much. Well, or also it could be that there's an acceptance of he's good and he's not as good as Andy Reid and Steve Spagnuolo, and what are you going to do about that? There's nobody better than those guys. So you might want somebody else, but are you really going to upgrade because you got to try and beat those guys? I don't know. 803-0550. Allen did yesterday take up for McDermott and say he did a great job this year, and I'm confident he's going to get us over the hump. So Allen took up for his coach. Mike in East Aurora is next up. Good morning, Mike.
Hey, good morning, guys. I will get on that coaching train where I don't have faith in McDermott anymore. So despite our deficiencies in our roster, we lost that game by 3 points, right? So we are so predictable on both offense and defense, and I'm really getting sick of hearing about Sean McDermott being this defensive guru. Okay, Steve Spagnuolo is a defensive guru. Okay, we if you could say all of our losses this year, I could put almost 90% on coaching. Okay, yeah, I mean the tush push thing is we are not Philadelphia, and I don't understand why we don't have a play where we line up like the tush push, suck all those defenders in, take the ball and dump it off to Shakir or a tight end real quick. I mean, look at the Chiefs. They needed 1 yard for a first down on fourth down. They rolled out Mahomes, and what did he get? 4 yards. It was so simple, but we just are so predictable. And as long as we're like that, we're not going to beat these coaches that are smart. Like you were talking about earlier, they ran plays on Sunday that they haven't ran the whole year. The Chiefs did, and we're just like sticking with stuff. And I feel like McDermott's turning into Mike Tomlin, just like old school. Stick with your stuff, and we're just gonna outplay you. But like when you're playing the Chiefs, that doesn't work. So I don't know. And the discipline, like Sean's supposed to be this like disciplined team. Have we ever been a disciplined team in the McDermott era? Like we have like so many pre-stat penalties, so many dumb penalties that are just like your team letting you down, and you can't get behind the sticks like that. And it's just so frustrating that it's coaching, and a lot of people are talking about that right now. It was a master class by Reid and Spagnuolo, and we just thought we could roll in there doing the same thing, and it's very frustrating.
Thanks, Mike. It's not lost on me. Like I wouldn't dispute like Steve Spagnuolo has better moments. But at the same time, like which offense looks easier to defend? Let me ask you that. Let's put that there first. Which offense looks easier to defend?
The Bills offense?
I don't know. I don't think it's a slam dunk. Well, the Bills run it very well, and the Chiefs don't. So the Chiefs are a one-dimensional passing team that does not run it well. So you can kind of key in on the pass.
I guess I'm getting too much in like the specific matchup because on the season it was Kansas City.
Yes.
Looked easier to defend.
Looked easier to defend, but in a game like this, maybe not. Who has more talent on defense?
The Chiefs do.
Yeah, that's not close.
Yeah, Chiefs by far.
I don't think that's close. So Spagnuolo has a fully formed defense with
athletes,
and they were not missing their Rapp or their Benford going into this game.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, Benford left, middle of the game,
but he probably feels like he has got more options.
It's not to dismiss the point. Like I don't disagree, and that's the thing about these last two playoff losses that's so frustrating. That when the Bills needed their guy to have 13 seconds worth of a game plan, he didn't. And 2 years in a row, the Chiefs have needed, hey, there's like 3 minutes left. Find a way to get this guy off the field. And he did both times.
Mm-hmm.
They did both times. However that is. Whether that's, Chris Jones pushing Dawkins back a little bit into Allen so he can't get a throw, and Allen takes a little too much when he should probably take an easier throw, or if it's Kincaid can't come up with a play because they send a blitz that he's not expecting. Like the very finest of moments here, Spagnuolo has things that the Bills have not been ready to handle. And, I mean, you could make this something else. You could make it that Spagnuolo's better than McDermott. You could do that. You could also do that in these spots, Andy Reid's more prepared than Joe Brady.
Mm-hmm.
Reid and Mahomes are a little bit more prepared than Brady and Allen. And I think Brady's a really bright young coach with a really bright future. Could you fault him for not having every single thing sorted out, like Andy Reid might?
Well, and that's the standard of the greatest offensive coach in NFL history.
It's not a vacuum. It's Spagnuolo in the last two games. It's Spagnuolo against Joe Brady, and it's McDermott against Andy Reid.
And I feel like they certainly have the advantage. You can't even defend it on Reid, McDermott, and I'd like to live in a world where I could get to Brady has the advantage on Spagnuolo. I don't think for 2 years we've had that.
And if he does, he's going to leave immediately as soon as
right.
I mean,
and their guys aren't going anywhere.
Right.
Until they retire.
803-0550.
Or somebody hires Spagnuolo, but I don't know. I don't think that's on the way.
Yeah, I mean, all of this is. I listened back yesterday, and I wanted to make sure, what's the right tone for all this today? Because people are disappointed, and I feel like, how far into mad whatever are you drifting about your disappointment? And for me, I'm thrilled the Bills are awesome, and we are talking about games with these stakes. And it is the frustration of the same outcome that will drive you crazy. That's what will drive you nuts. If they make a Super Bowl one year, and then the next year they're out in the first round, and they blame somebody, and then the next year they miss, and then the next year they're back in the NFC or AFC Championship game. Like the Niners. The Niners are probably not losing their mind every year because it's not the same year. They're going to the NFC. They're going to the Super Bowl, and then they're going 6-10 because everybody got hurt.
Right.
Then they're back in the Super Bowl. Like look at the Rams last 5 years. They have a Super Bowl win, and the rest of it is what? It's definitely not the same season every season.
No, they're up and down a lot. I mean, the Niners are up and down a lot. When they have their injuries, they have bad years.
Yeah, and that's one of the things about being a Bills fan that I don't want to say it's bad because consistency is great, but it will test you.
It really will.
To try and keep your head.
Because they have what will test you is the simple fact that you've seen the stat float around that they have the most wins in a 6-year period of any team ever that has not made the Super Bowl. And when it's the same team that keeps getting your way, like that is so demoralizing because you probably feel like they should have done it already.
Yes.
But it's just that one dude. Like Mahomes is keeping. It might feel like Mahomes is keeping Josh Allen from being Mahomes.
Right, and he probably is.
And that is where it really tests you mentally. That's where it can feel so demoralizing because they're the only ones that have ever won this much and not won it.
And that's why you don't trade with them based on draft value. Larry and Clarence, sorry, just saying. Just got to get that in there. That's why I wouldn't have done it. That's the whole point. Larry, hey, Larry, what's up?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good. Good.
Just kind of piggybacking on exactly what Mike said. I mean, it's very disappointing, but a lot of times it comes down to coaching. Same playoff games. He did go for it on a lot. I think, 3-4 times on fourth down. Was fairly successful until the end, but a lot of it is just the same play calling. Even if in that last defensive sequence for the Chiefs, all you're hearing is Spagnuolo made, something that Bills haven't seen. Spagnuolo made a great call over here. Andy Reid, great job on the outside. When's the last time, not even this season, but ever, have you heard a McDermott like, oh, man, he really fooled him on that. They've been showing blitz all year, and they didn't. They've been showing this. They changed it up. It's almost like if, when the Bills beat them on defense, it's just we either got lucky or the offense made a bad play. And the fact that, with McDermott not having all his full defense and not having a fully formed defense, isn't that kind of his blame too? How many first-round, second-round, third-round picks over the years are still on this team that he's personally had a hand in picking? On the defensive line, you still have Epinesa, you still have Oliver, you still have Rousseau. There's 3 first- and second-round picks right there. Didn't really make that much of an impact all season, and especially in the big game. Kind of going a little bit on your consistency point, it's great to have consistency in any team. It's a great way to pad your stats, especially for winning. But I think the big thing that troubles me is when it comes down to needing a big play or needing to go a little bit outside of your comfort zone, whether it's on offense or defense, and calling something you're not comfortable with to get you a win. I haven't seen him do it. Even on the tush push, he called a tush push. It hasn't been working. Maybe when it was stopped the time before, at any point do they look, all right, if we're in that again, we're going to go with a jet sweep. We're going to go just running it right with Cook. We're going to go with the fullback dive. We're going to go something else, because at that point you've already been stopped, 2 out of 4 times before the last time. It's still his conservative nature where he's just going to keep calling the same conservative game plan. Even picking his defensive coordinator. You got roasted a little bit last year because you picked an offensive coordinator in Dorsey with no experience calling plays, and it kind of burned you.
Yep.
What do you do this year? You pick Bobby Babich. You promote a guy. It's great, promote a guy from within, but he had little to no experience. And the defense definitely took a hit. I know you lost Poyer and Hyde, players in the back end, but how many times in this season were we in a hole early on? A lot of times we were able to back off or to get out of it, but still we made adjustments. But why not get a coordinator with some experience so we don't need to get into a 5 or get into a 7 or 10 point hole and then make adjustments? It's just all conservative.
Yeah, thanks, Larry. I don't know where to take that. I'm thinking about the Dorsey point. A first-time play caller had never won a Super Bowl, and to just say we're going to do that, did that have to buck history? Dorsey was a first-time play caller. Here he is. Okay. It obviously didn't work out. He was okay. Mm-hmm. They had a good season, and then by year 2 he was out. I don't know. It's
I could listen to the idea that team over there is willing to take risks. That was the thing about, again, the kind of story about Spagnuolo getting to that play call at the end is he knew how risky it was, because if Torrance blocks a guy and they have it covered up to where only one guy's free instead of 3, Spagnuolo knows he's getting burned. He knows that's the risk of it, that Kincaid is open, Shakir's open. You're leaving, and on that play, if it's blocked well, you're probably leaving 2 guys really open.
Yeah.
And he did it anyway. And that's one where I don't want to say McDermott never does that, because he does. He got blasted for doing it against the Broncos last year in a regular season game, right? Where he jailbroke blitz on an important play at the end. So I don't want to say he never does it, but what about It's just, you know what it is? It just he hasn't had that moment, that play call in a big, important playoff game to win it at the end, right? Like the Baltimore win last week is not him winning it with a crazy play call defensively.
It's a guy dropped it.
It's a guy dropped it.
Yep.
So that's the difference, is we remember it when it's in the huge moment like Spagnuolo there. There might be examples where we don't with McDermott.
803-0550. When we get back, I want to bring up something about Everybody Eats, because I thought about it in a different way. I was thinking about it through the last 24, 48 hours about what it means today. What we get at, it kind of gets to the Kincaid drop, what Everybody Eats does for our discussion and for their expectations. So we'll get to that and keep taking your phone calls. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. throwaways this year where Allen threw it into the stands and the nearest guy was Kincaid, and does that go down as like an uncatchable target? Because it's not maybe not in the stands, but to the sideline where and Allen's going to throw it away, and Kincaid's in the neighborhood, but it goes out of bounds. Anyway, it's Jeremy and Joe. Good morning. We'll take some more calls. I want to get to one quick thing I thought about on Everybody Eats because, it was a big thing this year, and at times we were mad about it. Then they traded for Cooper, and the offense got better, and we were fine with it. Whatever. If it worked for you, if it worked for them, that's all great. But the Kincaid conversation here brings me to a point about Everybody Eats, which is it kind of jumps out when you think about it. Then when you have Everybody Eats as a mantra, it does shield everyone from the scrutiny of production. No one has to produce, right? Cooper didn't do much this year. That's okay, though. It's okay he didn't do much. Everybody eats. Okay. I really can't be upset that Amari Cooper was not a big factor. Keon Coleman, not reliable in the playoffs. That's okay. Everybody eats. Like, okay. I can't get after Cooper. Can't get after Coleman. Not like I'm trying to get on these guys, but just as a concept, it's a shield. It's a shield that no one player is going to be asked, how come you didn't produce? So they're in an offense that is about the sum of the parts, and all year long, it was pretty darn good. But Everybody Eats kind of means that nobody carries expectation. Think about your reviews of all these players this year. Universally loved, Mac Hollins. Why? He exceeded expectations. Did anybody else? Did anybody? James Cook.
James Cook did.
Ty Johnson.
Yep.
Did anybody else really exceed expectation? Ray Davis had some nice plays.
Even Hollins. You know what it was at the end of the day for Hollins? Like 378 yards.
370.
Like it's not like he was a major part. Like he had some catches.
He led the team in touchdowns, receptions.
Okay, he did do that 5-5.
But that's part of the point. Like we have one guy that was nice surprise. Everybody else was just kind of under this umbrella of it's a thing. So we don't get to get. Think of how much flack Gabe Davis caught before.
Mm-hmm.
Gabe Davis was never in an Everybody Eats offense. It was how come you're not catching the ball? He got 0 targets.
Mm-hmm.
And, people like to make that about number 14, but that guy earned his targets. And if he didn't get the ball, we would ask, how come he's not getting the ball? You should get it to him. He's great. Now in this offense, we'll see what it looks like next year, if it's a little bit bolstered in the draft or free agency. But, talking about Kincaid, it kind of feels like after every game, I can't really be upset he didn't get 10 targets because nobody does.
Right.
There's never...
Well, and he was second on the team in targets, like 75. But where did he rank in yards per target? Behind everybody. It'd be quicker to name the guys he was ahead of. He was ahead of Curtis Samuel, Quentin Morris, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and Zach Davidson. That's the list. That's who he was better at yards per target. Behind Cook, Holland, Shakir, Cooper, Knox, Coleman, Ray Davis, Ty Johnson.
Tyrell Shavers.
Tyrell Shavers is the number one with a 69.0. It's tough to beat that one. It was incredibly inefficient.
Yep.
And maybe the injury played into that. But it's not only that. I mean, his hands weren't injured, right? His knees were. So the balls that were getting there, he had 8 drops on the year. Like, drop rate was high, too. So, there were some plays maybe where his knee wouldn't allow him to get to a spot or would make it tougher. Okay, but the guy was drafted, and last year kind of proved it, that he had strong hands. He would catch everything that was near him. And this year, 8 drops.
Yeah.
Like, that. If he's not going to be an elite guy at getting open at that position or an elite athlete up the seam or whatever, he's got to at least be able to catch everything that comes his way, and this year that was not the case.
803-0550. I think Kincaid can still be a very good player and a big part of what they do.
Yeah, first round tight ends have had this path has happened, which is why you can't call him a receiver. The first round tight end that struggled early in their career and then found a lane and became like Evan Ingram did this. Evan Ingram was terrible with the Giants early on. David Njoku was not a good player early on, and both of those guys kind of found a role.
But this is part of when they drafted him. He's not some unicorn. He's a guy that a lot of offenses do employ and do have.
Yeah.
Dominic in Buffalo is up next. Dominic, good morning.
Good morning, Jeremy, Joe. How y'all doing?
Good.
Yeah. So this is going back a little bit. So I kind of disagree with the one caller that was, I guess, ragging on McDermott. I see it more difficult. I guess it's more difficult to be in that position to go for the fourth downs. The execution could have been better, but I don't really fault him for those decisions, I guess. But my question was for the Xavier Worthy quote-unquote catch. So do you guys – I know you guys remember, I think it was 2020 or 2021 when we played the Rams in Buffalo. Josh threw the pass to one of our receivers, and it was caught at the same time by the Rams defender, and they awarded the interception. I wanted to know if you guys knew when or if they changed any rules where they automatically now awarded to the offensive player.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, on this catch, thanks, Dominic. On this catch, I do think the ball was caught because the ball is allowed to touch the ground, and the ball was controlled by Cole Bishop
when it hit the ground.
Right.
Like,
put it this way.
It's very weird.
If they roll off and Bishop ends up with that ball, are you calling it an interception? I am. I think the ball is controlled.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's nuts that they gave it to Worthy because Worthy ended with the ball. Simultaneous possession is tough.
And when there is that, it does go to the offense.
Yeah.
And
ruling on the field is, it's going to be tough to overturn.
There are weird ones like that all the time where, like, one thing that is annoying to me is the concept of, okay, the play is over when you hit the ground, except in these, like, 4 instances where that's not the case. Yeah. And that was the catch rule, right? It still is, right? Like, you got to survive the ground where, okay, you're down, play is officially over, but for your sake, we need to make sure you still, like, you're not done with the play. You have to keep catching the football. There was a play in the Commanders-Eagles game where, this is kind of similar, where the ball is fumbled and the Eagle defender, like, kind of has it, and the referee just immediately calls the signal, and then the ball is still loose, and the Commander guy ends up with it. But we already marked it for the Eagles.
Yeah.
This game, it's, okay, when they hit the ground together, play's over. But, again, with the catch rules, it's not. So where do I say it's over? When they're done wrestling with each other? Because what happens if they're never done wrestling with each other and figure out who's got the ball and they just hold on for dear life and nobody ever lets go? Like, it's one of those arbitrary ones where, like, you've got to – you don't know when they're saying it's over. And in this one, they just said it's over when somebody rips the football away from the other. Because there was a time where they're both on the ground fighting for it.
Yeah.
And Bishop still has 2 hands on the football, and they're both laying on the ground. But, again, it's like it's an arm wrestling match at that point, and he lost it.
Dave and Tonawanda quickly for the break. Hey, Dave.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I was just been thinking the past couple 2 days here. I think all we're really seeing is what the difference between 99% is and what 97.5. And most people don't realize how big of a margin 1.5% can be.
You mean at coaching?
Between the like coaching wise, or just in general the two teams?
I just mean from the top bottom between the coaches, the assistant coaches, players on the field. The overall sum of our team is like a 97.5, but we keep going up against a team that's 99.
Yep. Yeah, and Dave, thanks. Yeah. Like, as we think about this year versus other years, that they beat the Broncos and beat the Ravens probably does mean things to people. You didn't have the colossal collapse against Denver, but to have won the Baltimore game is feather in your cap. They were viewed as a juggernaut to some, and the Bills did it. Like, McDermott beat 2 Super Bowl winning coaches on the way to this game where his offense had the ball with a chance to take the lead or tie the game, and they came up short. Yeah. And, that's a little bit, tiny bit better on the resume than if they had lost to Baltimore. If they lost to Baltimore, I feel like the McDermott calls are a lot louder. There's way more. Instead, they get to the AFC Championship game, and yes, it's the Chiefs, but I've got this a little bit on Twitter. Like, I'm more discouraged about the Bills' Super Bowl chances, not because of the Bills, because the Chiefs are inevitable. Yeah, and
that almost makes it feel like it's worse then.
That's why they're saying, like, I'm not discouraged in them.
If they lost to the Ravens,
about Kansas City.
If they lost to the Ravens, it would be there's these certain holes, maybe about McDermott, but there would be these things about the team that I wasn't capable. I wasn't built to win the Super Bowl in this carnation of the team. Yep. Versus they lose to the Chiefs, And now it just feels like, well, there's nothing I could do.
803-0550. We'll get a break in. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Let's get this thing started off right here. 3, 2, 1.
That was better than the other one he had. He just kind of said it at the podium. Liam Cohen introduced. Aaron Glenn introduced.
Aaron Glenn, pretty feisty, I guess, about Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not talking about it. Stop asking me about it.
He's not above the team.
He's not above the team. Kind of sounded like to me he's not going to be there from what the coach sounded.
The Saints have completed an interview in person with Kellen Moore. In Pittsburgh, the owner said they anticipate re-signing Russell Wilson or Justin Fields.
Also, Rooney said on Tomlin, when look at how many games Mike's won in the league. You don't win that many games if you're not a good coach. And I saw Andrew Filipponi jumping all over that.
Well, let me tell you.
He's won 0 playoff games in 8 years.
Let me tell you how Pittsburgh's season's going to go next year. You think Bills' seasons are annoying. It could be worse. You could be the Steelers, who are going to bring back one of two quarterbacks that's going to get sacked a bazillion times. Mm-hmm. They're going to win 9 games and be bad. Congratulations again.
He also talked about he was didn't really get into many specifics, but they have a decision to make on TJ Watt. Final year of his deal coming up. He's 30.
Trade him to Buffalo. All right, everybody wins. I'm happy about it.
I mean, if he's even thought to be available, if him, Garrett, and Max Crosby all potentially being on the market together.
Let me add 2 more defensive ends. I just found a piece like trade targets in the offseason. Trey Hendrickson, Bengals. He asked for a trade this year.
That's right.
Because he wants a new deal or is in the final year of his deal. Bryce Huff with the Eagles as well.
Okay.
Like Bryce Huff signed a big deal, and it's not really gone well for him in Philadelphia. So after this, Super Bowl could happen. So edges could be moved, maybe. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe. We'll take more of your calls. Howard's coming at 8:30. There's no Bills to pick.
I mean, we do have the opponents for next year, but
we do.
It's probably it's probably an unfair ask.
Yeah, probably. How about the Bills open at Kansas City when they play here?
They play here.
No, I can't do that. All right, never mind.
Do they play Philadelphia? No, right?
No. All right. Back in a flash. Come back with us. If you're on hold, stick with us. We'll buzz through some more phone calls, talk with Howard as well coming up.
insiders call the West Her Hotline.
Joining us now on the West Her Hotline is Sabres General Manager Kevin Adams.
When the players call, when the coaches call, when the insiders call, the West Her Hotline. Brought to you by the West Her Automotive Group. Welcome to West Her, New York. Sports Radio 550 WGR Buffalo and WKSE HD2 Niagara Falls, Buffalo, 98.5 FM.
An Odyssey sports station.
Broadcasting live from the Just Call Jed studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Sabres. WGR Sports Radio 550. The radio home of the Buffalo Sabres. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Bills players meeting with the media yesterday, wrapping up the season, locker room clean out. Josh Allen speaking amongst others, Dawson Knox. You can get all the audio on our website, WGR550.com, as well as the Odyssey app. Sal with a recap on our website. Josh Allen saying he suffered a wrist injury at the end of the first half against the Chiefs. Dawson Knox, while defending Dalton Kincaid, said that Kincaid has been playing through a torn PCL in one knee and fluid in his other knee. So it sounds like Kincaid was dealing with maybe two knees during the season. Also, we'll hear from Sean McDermott, Brandon Beane later this week. They'll usually do a lengthy press conference to wrap up the season. Elsewhere around the NFL, Doug Marrone's back in the league. He's going to be the Patriots' offensive line coach under Mike Vrabel. The Cowboys are expected to hire fired Bears coach Matt Eberflus as defensive coordinator. A lot of teams introducing their coaches yesterday. Brian Schottenheimer in Dallas, Liam Cohen, Jacksonville, Aaron Glenn in New York. Glenn, a little feisty when asked about Aaron Rodgers, said this is not Aaron Rodgers. This team is not all about Aaron Rodgers, was basically the message from Glenn yesterday. Sabres in action tonight. It's a 7 o'clock puck drop against the Boston Bruins, first of a 4-game homestand. Tonight at KeyBank Center, puck drop at 7. We'll have pregame at 6 here on WGR. On the roster, Nicholas Aube-Kubel placed on waivers. He had played 19 games for the team. Jordan Greenway getting closer to a return. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Kickoff 2025 with a new Chevy from Paddock.
All right, good Tuesday morning. Jeremy and Joe, we'll get back to your calls in a few minutes. It's a Tuesday. The sun is up, right? I see blue sky.
So.
I see blue sky. Sun is up. Sabres play tonight against the Boston Bruins at home, sort of a homestand here. And, yeah, Sabres and Bruins. Usually in Tuesday, 8 o'clock, we go behind the bench. We've talked to Lindy Ruff in this spot and Seth Happert as well. And joining us now on the West Her Hotline is Sabres forward Alex Tuch. Alex, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Thanks for taking a little bit of time today.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me.
We're all just kind of getting over the Bills loss, I mean, like talking through it. I don't know how invested you get in these games, if at all, and locking in. It's a lot around life around here. The fans in this area are very passionate.
Yeah. I mean, I'm also a Bills fan, and it was pretty devastating. Honestly, I was kind of breaking it down myself and with my teammates, and we were talking about the different plays and maybe the different, just what could have been different, or a catch or a different call or anything. But, I mean, like hockey, it's sometimes a game of inches, and it's one way or another. And obviously we were on the worst side of things this time around.
Yeah. Alex, I feel like this is athletes, they're just like us. You guys are just yelling at the TV, mad at the refs, asking why they didn't throw this play or do this thing or whatever. Like, same thing?
Yeah, I'd say the passion when you like a sports team is still there. I'd say, I don't know, maybe we were able to draw a little bit of a parallel with these guys a little bit more, but I definitely feel for my buddy there, Dalton Kincaid. I mean, it's tough. I know he's getting some heat right now. It's tough, but I mean that play is. I mean, the way he was able to even come close to catching that ball was incredible, and obviously same with Josh. I mean, I thought they both had really good games, and the whole team played really well.
And on that, just like one parallel, Josh said yesterday that Dalton Kincaid's been playing with a bunch of injuries, and as a player herself, that's probably played through a bunch of stuff. How common is it for an injury to be something you're just working through and to, I don't know, maybe even affect your game in ways that you wouldn't think it would?
A lot more common than people think, honestly. It depends on the player a little bit, but yeah, guys play through stuff all the time. Whether you know it or not, or you can see it or not, or hear about it, more times than not, the player really isn't talking about it, especially in the media. You don't want to tell people whether or not you're playing injured, so it's not usually public knowledge, but you just play through it. It's a type of, especially hockey players, it's just a type of sport we play. You're going to have a lot of bumps and bruises with going into a physical game each and every night, so you just got to kind of just play through it and just be as healthy as you can throughout the whole season. And but if anyone tells you that they didn't have an injury this year, they definitely did. That's for sure.
How different is the emotion when it just hits you like that? Bam, season's over. I mean, football's one game, so I'm sure it's this times 100. But you've been to the finals. I mean, you would know the difference in emotions between a season like maybe this year that's not going well as it's happening versus when just bam, it's over just like that. You're in the biggest stage, and then the next morning you're waking up and it's all over.
Yeah, no, it's devastating. Honestly, it takes a little bit of time to sink in. It's a flush of different emotions. It's a rush of a bunch of different emotions, obviously, and you work so hard. I mean, you start working for it. People are like, oh, it's like an 8-month season, but you work for it months before that in the off season too, and the grind each and every day, or the playoffs look like a couple weeks long or whatever, but really you worked all season to get to the playoffs, and it's really hard to even get to the playoffs and then to be able to win it all. I mean, obviously I was close in the finals the one year, but looking back on it, I still see myself as so naive to even understand where I was, and to realize how hard it is to get there, because I was able to do it in my first full year, so I haven't been back since. And so it's really tough, and it's devastating, to say the least.
Alex Tuch with us on the West Her Hotline. The team, Alex, let's get to the way the season is going right now. And for me, we've spoken, as Jeremy mentioned, with Lindy weekly here. I wanted to ask you about just this team and the group more so, because the team and the group was so close 2 years ago, and it's just seemed so far ever since. And maybe a comparison, and maybe why you feel, or why fans should feel, that the scoring success that kind of drove that team a couple years ago is still in there.
Well, the majority of the players that had their career years are in here, and then we got some young guys that are coming up that are some really high scorers and some elite talents. And honestly, I don't think we're too far off. I really just think that we just need to start putting it together on a consistent basis, because you see some games that we're able to dominate and we're just not able to come away with some wins. So I really think we're a lot closer than it may seem in the standings, or honestly on this road trip. I think that we played a really good game against Edmonton that we weren't able to come away with at least a point in, against a really good hockey team that made it to the finals last year. I know they were without McDavid, but I mean, they're a hell of a hockey team. And so I thought we played a really good game against them. And obviously get to win against Vancouver. And we played some really good hockey. We just have to do it on a more consistent basis. And that's gonna come with experience, and that's gonna come with just bearing down a little bit more on an individual and on a team basis. And the wins will come.
Alex Tuch on the Western Hotlines. We check in on the Sabres, who are home tonight against the Boston Bruins, kicking off a 4-game homestand. Alex, you're one of the names, or the people I think about right away when Lindy Ruff got hired, talking about what the hire would be. And I guess, halfway through a season, what are your impressions of playing for Lindy to this point?
It's been great. Yeah, his passion and his hockey knowledge is unmatched. I think he's really smart. He's really receptive. I think he brings a little bit of that old school mentality with him, with the non-negotiables of you have to work hard and you have to make sure you're doing the right things and you're back checking, and or else you're going to get yelled at and you're not going to play. And but also he's bringing a little bit of the new school, a little bit of the small group meetings, small team meetings, like talking to players, seeing how what they could do better, what we could do better as a team, what the feelings like in the locker room. And so it's been really interesting, and I think I've grown as a person and as a player with him, and I think he's helped my defensive side of the game a lot. I think that's something that I really focus on, especially in the first half of the year, and so I want to continue to be a really good defensive player. And I think we're starting to talk more and more about what I can do offensively to help the team a little bit more and on a more consistent basis.
You say like smaller meetings, the newer school stuff. Is that something that happens more in the league this year? Coaches, whether it's coaching staffs, whatever, kind of getting guys into smaller groups to kind of try and fine tune things a little more.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've done it a little bit in the past. I think that this is it's been a little bit more prevalent this year, and it's happened a little bit more. So, I mean, we're really just trying to work through some things, and obviously we've had a couple guys with some injuries and everything. So it has been all sunshine and rainbows, but just trying to be the best that we can be by helping each other. I mean, not only physically but also mentally, and I think that that's something that a team needs to do is. As a group, is to really rely on each other and to, work through this together. It can't just be a couple individuals. It has to be the entire team.
Is there any motivation to, especially the deadline's still, a month or so away, so it's not like it's right ahead, but the group kind of coming together and getting the results so that the group doesn't get broken up? Because as if a team's going to be near the bottom of the standings, generally, whether it's a major shakeup or some sort of shakeup, there would be roster change at some point.
Yeah, no. So that's what happens when a team isn't successful. You're going to be traded, or someone's going to be traded, or someone's going to mix it up. And we saw that firsthand last year with Middlestat going, who's a key piece, I thought, of our team. And we brought in Bowen Byram, who's been unbelievable and for us. And also we obviously traded away our captain, who ended up winning the cup, which is awesome to see for him. And I love Oki and to see his success, but would have loved to have made a playoff run with him. And so it's a tough time, but we are, and obviously it's always, especially when the trade speculations come out, it's always, you hear little things here and there, but you just have to push through it, and you have to come to work because it is a job, and as cool as it is, but it is your job, and so you got to come in and you got to work your hardest to be the best that you can be that day. So not looking too far ahead and just worrying about tonight's game in Boston for us today.
Alex Tuch with us. Finally for me, Alex, Jason Zucker this year on your line a lot, power play as well. Him specifically, I mean, he's one of these guys on a one-year deal, so I think there are fans that would like to see him stick around past this season. But whether you're maybe not surprised, but it does feel like he's maybe exceeded the expectation of starting the season and maybe like a third line where he's looked good even when he's been up with you and Tage or power play and whatnot.
Yeah, no, it's been unbelievable. I've known Jason for a really long time, and so to be able to really play with him for an extended period and to get to know him and to really on a day-to-day basis has been awesome. It's been a lot of fun, and he's been great for our locker room, especially with the younger group that we have, to have him come in and really allow guys to lean on him and give his thoughts and 2 cents on a lot of things, and but he's also produced, and it's been awesome. It's been great to play with him, and hopefully I'll get to play with him on a more consistent basis here, and it'll be awesome. So I think a lot of people are questioning the signing and stuff, because when you bring a guy in for 1 year, it's tough, but I think he's exceeded expectations and then some.
Alex Tuch on the Western Hotline. Alex, thanks for some time. Thanks for chatting with us about the Bills as well, and best of luck tonight against the Boston Bruins.
Of course. Thanks for having me, guys.
Alex Tuch, Sabres face off tonight, 7 o'clock. They'll play Boston tonight. Boston, by the way, in the first wild card spot in the Eastern Conference right now.
They're starting to show the signs of cracking.
Well, they've won 2 in a row. They're in a playoff spot. So it's Boston tonight, then Nashville, New Jersey, and Columbus for the Sabres on this homestand, which is, not exactly. The Devils are having a fine season.
Do you know what the gap is right now?
I know that the Sabres' gap to the next team in the East is 7.
Okay, there's that, yeah. Right. Second to second last, it's 7.
In the East, yeah.
You know who that team is?
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Not having a great year either.
803-0550.
Pittsburgh is a minus 40 goal differential, which is twice as worse as the Sabres. But anyways.
Are the Sabres going to trade for Elias Pettersson? There seems to be an awful lot of smoke around it.
I think it's fair to call them the favorites right now. That got misquoted, I guess. Elliot Friedman did like a 30-second hit on Sportsnet, and he said the Sabres are in there amongst other teams. So he didn't call them the favorite, and there were tweets like, he called them the favorite. He didn't call them the favorite. He did single them out, though.
Yeah.
Like, okay, other teams are in there. He mentioned the Sabres by name and nobody else. So, you take that for what it's worth. I think it might be fair to call them the favorites right now. He's a player with no trade protection. If there's ever a time to be desperate, it's when that's... How long will it be again till a player that can score 100 points is available with no trade protection? And a contract long term. It might be 10 years before that happens again.
Yeah.
So anyways.
We'll get back some phone calls. We got plenty of people waiting on the Bills. We've got time for you. We'll start with Becky on a cell phone. Becky, good morning.
Good morning. I just wanted to say, so for the football game, first play of the game, Josh Allen holding the ball for 4 yards. Right at the beginning, I didn't feel comfortable. And to hear that Kincaid was injured, you have all these other players on the field. Why wouldn't you utilize them like Shakir? I call Shakir money. The guy barely ever drops a ball. And I don't know why Cook didn't actually hold on to the ball or, get the ball the first half of the game. It just seemed like they weren't prepared. And when it always comes down to the last 3 minutes of the game, I never feel comfortable that we're going to be able to and we don't want to go into overtime because, to my knowledge, I don't think Josh Allen has ever won in overtime. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, so we always want to get up the score, and then when it's 3 minutes left, you have possession of the ball. Where are the plays? Where are all the 13 people that scored points? And then you're going to give it to Kincaid, who's injured? You have all these other people, to give the ball to. I'm not disappointed because it was a great season. And then when you say everybody eats, how about everybody tackles? How many plays did you see? I counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 missed tackles. Like, come on, are you serious right now? Like, where was our defense? Did Von Miller have 1 touch? Did he have 1 tackle the whole game?
I didn't notice him.
No, I didn't notice him either. The edges really didn't do much. On the point about throwing to Kincaid there, I think part of the controversy of the last play is that it's probably not designed to go to Kincaid. But then the blitz comes, and Allen takes the best shot he's got and did a job to get it to him. And he could have caught it. So
the play might not have been designed to go to Kincaid, but if he's protected, Kincaid's going to be wide open.
Yes, for sure.
But so is Shakir, and I think Shakir is probably where the play was designed.
Yes, if the Chiefs had done what the Bills maybe expected there, then that ball's going out to Shakir. Well, whatever, we'll see. One thing, Eric Turner from Cover One has just started to post some clips online about this game. And, the Bills' first drive is what? It's Allen runs and then 2 throws down the field that are nearly picked off and then a punt. And he points out that the Chiefs' opening drive is like a clinic of things they did, throwing everything at the Bills. Their scripted drive down the field is just like bang, 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 clockwork. Look at this. Look at these plays. The Bills. An Allen run and 2 incompletions. Like whatever the script they had, it wasn't the right script to get started.
On the missed tackle point, by the way, I don't think I realized this in the moment, but I guess it's true. They missed 12 tackles in this game on Sunday, and for context, the previous 2 games combined against Baltimore and Denver, they missed 13 tackles. So Yeah, Cole Bishop missed 3, Epinesa 2. A lot of other guys missing 1. Milano missed 1 on Kelsey, where Milano went down on 1 knee. Yeah. Kelsey, old man Kelsey at this point is still making guys miss in space. He's very subtle with that, but I don't know. Did anything on defense seem like it worked? They did adjust in the second half, and they got
a 3-and-out.
They
held them to a field goal.
I was telling friends at halftime, and what was halftime? Were they down? Were they even up?
21-16.
21-16, right? So they're down 5. It's a one-score game. It's like someone said, it's better, but Baltimore was down 11 last week, and they almost came back. We're only down 5. I'm like, okay. I think my response to that was, I will believe they can win this game when I see them stop the Chiefs when it's not Mahomes just dropping the football.
Right.
I'll believe they can win this game when I see them stop the Chiefs. But then they did.
Couple times.
And that's where I started, okay, maybe they can actually win this.
But the reality is,
they came out in the second half and they did stop them, but,
what I would like
they only
to see,
stopped them, twice?
Did they only stop them on drives where the Chiefs decided to hand it off? Because when they were handing it off, it was a gift. And if the Chiefs, instead of being, trying to kill off the game a little bit, were down 5, would they have just passed right down the field and gotten a score whenever they needed it? Because they always get it when they need it against the Bills. Always.
Yeah, they opened with 2 punts. That's 11 plays.
Did they run on first down on both for 2 yards?
Mahomes scrambled on the first down on the first drive, but then it was Hunt. And then it was Pacheco short, and then it was Hunt.
And I started running the ball.
And then Brown, and then Hunt. Yeah. I guess they did get a sack. They got it was 3rd and 11 though at that point when they got a sack. So yeah, it was the Chiefs started running the ball more, and the Bills weren't letting them do it.
There was a look about pass rate over expected. Let me see if I can pull this up. How the Bills and the Chiefs changed through the course of the season. Here it is. I got it from Robbie Greer of NFL Analytics, NFELO, Data-Driven Analytics Football. Pass rate over expected from weeks 1 to week, whatever this week was, 22. And let me just, here, I'll show the feed too. That's what I'll do here, I guess, the YouTube page. Because now we can show graphics now that we're doing this, right? Mm-hmm. It's the Chiefs line over the season. What they do, Joe? They just go up. They pass it more and more as the year went on. What do the Bills do? After week 16, the Bills' pass rate over expected went down every week.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted to be a running team or much more run heavy.
Did they in this game, though?
Yes, they were pass rate under expected in this game.
That seems crazy to me in that I guess the Allen run should count because they went into the half with James Cook having 4 carries. If anything, I think the offensive criticism for what other than what your personnel is, you can only once you're in the game, you can't go get A.J. Brown, was that you only involved Cook in the offense on 4 carries. Allen did, between rushes and passes, had 45 on the game. The volume was there, but, part of that might be in, situationally, when are you running it? Some of those are sneaks. Yeah. How many of those are sneaks? 5 of the 11 runs. So I guess that influences it.
Mo quickly in New Jersey has been waiting for a while. Hey, Mo.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Wish I was calling under different circumstances. I'm just got a few things I want to run through. I'll try to get as much quickly as possible. I really was disappointed in Josh Allen on that last drive. 3 minutes, 3 timeouts, 3 points is all you need, right? At least a tie. Don't want to go to overtime, and that's the spot I was so comfortable in thinking that he would get the job done, and for him not to get it, I know a lot of things happened, and another thing that really bothered me about the game is the coaching. The previous caller she mentioned, or you guys just mentioned it. The first play, we start with the Josh Allen run, and from that point on, I felt like the offense never got into rhythm. I think, they were just desperate to get Josh involved early, and there's too much running. Beyond all of that, right? Just looking at the big picture here, I just don't have a lot of confidence we're going to get over this hump. I just don't. And I show Jimmy a ton of credit, Brandon Bean a ton of credit. But the draft, when you look at our first pick, Ed Oliver, I can't get over, we gave this guy a big contract. I remember one game where he was present. That was the Lions, and maybe one play in the Chiefs game. Beyond that, he's been a major disappointment, in my opinion. Then, we're not talking about Elam, right? And then Kincaid had a really bad year. Coleman, we'll see what happens with him. He's a second-round pick. But the last thing I'm going to leave you guys with, and this is something I think is it's a troubling stat, but it's something that is worth looking into. I don't know how many coach-quarterback combinations have lasted more than 5 years.
None.
But there's never been a coach-quarterback comeback that has reached the Super Bowl and won it that's been together more than 5 years. So Josh Allen and Sean McDermott, I think, going into the 8th year, I still have hope, right? I want to have hope. It's the only reason why I watch football games. But something has to give. We cannot stop the Chiefs with the Sean McDermott defense when it matters the most.
Yep. Thanks, Mo. The thing I would say about that is if you go ahead and ran Reed and Mahomes back through all of NFL history, you might find that a lot more of those cases exist. I mean, McDermott and Allen live in an era where there are a couple of kings.
There's a Michael Jordan.
803-0550. Want to hear something really kind of funny? Sam Schwartzstein just tweeted this. He of Thursday Night Football Prime Vision. We'll get to Howard in a minute. Howard's going to come in and help us wrap up the season. So when you're watching the game on Amazon Prime, it'll identify blitzers.
Mm-hmm.
He points out that their defensive alert model, their AI model, did not pick up the blitzer from Spags on the 4th down. Wow. Their AI model would not have identified it as a blitz.
Right.
Their model is designed to replicate a quarterback's brain. A quarterback and
they're pretty good at it, too, because they show the marks on the broadcast.
Yeah.
And, not every time, but often it is correct.
Yes. They're helping you identify who might be coming. And on this play, he basically says, for a corner blitz, you typically need to have a safety topped, which would make an in-structure blitz. Great disguised by Spags, but he left Kincaid open. Which brings us to the point that we are a Dalton Kincaid catch away from Spags going from genius to maniac.
Wow.
Right? He catches the ball, and or if Allen gets more on the throw, which you're not going to ask too much, they broke through. Or if the Bills pick it up in any way, from genius to maniac with a catch, because then the Bills are in position to try and win the game. Fine line there, 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe, Howard's going to pop in. We'll continue busting through phone calls as best we can. Thanks for calling, texting, tweeting, everything. Hanging out here on a Tuesday on WGR.
Live from the Just Call Jed studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. WGR Sports Radio 550. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Bills players meeting with the media yesterday to wrap on the season. Josh Allen, amongst others. You can listen to all the audio on our website, WGR550.com. Allen saying he hurt his wrist at the end of the first half, but he was fine, played through it. Dawson Knox, while defending Dalton Kincaid, says that Kincaid was playing through a torn PCL in one knee and fluid in his other knee. So maybe two knee injuries that Kincaid was working through. Brandon Beane, Sean McDermott expect to meet with the media later this week. The Sabres are in action tonight, 7 o'clock, hosting the Boston Bruins. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet Sports headlines. Kick off 2025 with a new Chevy from Paddock.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
All right. Hey, everybody. Howard's here.
Hang on, can I put the hoodie up? Is that all right?
Yeah, put the whatever.
Yeah.
We're just telling him now that we're streaming.
Would you go hood over and then headphones, though, or would you go headphones and then hood over?
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, there we go.
Hold on,
he looks like a young
the hood won't fit
podcaster
over
right
the
there.
headphones.
You were in this room for 18 years. Now you're back, and it's on camera.
Yeah,
So,
I don't like this.
Welcome back. And we don't have enough cameras, so we're zoomed out. So if you're watching on the feed, you get to see the top of Howard's head.
Howard looks like on the camera with the hood up in the
bald
headphones. He looks like the guy on the news broadcast that wants his voice like disguised, and he's like, yeah, he doesn't want his face seen either.
I'm picking the Bills today to go.
I know you got to
13-4.
alter things. Yeah.
Yeah.
How we doing?
I mean,
Yeah.
Whatever.
You got a lot of experience at this, though.
Yeah, 4 years of this. Oh, let's get stupid. 17. What's worse, a 17-year drought or 17 consecutive playoff losses to the Kansas City Chiefs in round 2 or 3?
I got to tell you, I'm going with the Chiefs.
So what's your takeaway? What are you feeling? You're not picking the Bills today.
No, I had a lot of anger right after the game. Most of it came out on the TV show last night, so I'm glad I did that because that's the one thing I miss about. I don't miss much about doing this job. The one thing I do miss is a good Monday morning venting.
Yeah.
Because doing the show after a loss was very therapeutic. I'd come in angry at 6. I would turn to Jeremy at 5:55 and go, I really don't want to do this show today. But by 10 o'clock, I'd feel better because we all talked it through. Now, I was angry. I mean, for a lot of reasons, you know. I mean, the offense gets off to a slow start. Josh looks incredibly jumpy through the first quarter. Special teams screws up again. The defense stinks. The coaching was bad. Other than that, the game was fine. And they lose to the Chiefs again. A lot of anger. There is no guarantee that you will be back in the same spot or in the next spot, right? You never know. It took 4 years to get back to this game. Mm-hmm. And Josh had his best year, and the offense was doing fine, and the defense was making it work. The division was a cakewalk. You didn't break a sweat to finish first. You knocked off Baltimore. KC is not an explosive offense. They looked vulnerable. Cincinnati wasn't a factor. You didn't have to worry about Joe Burrow. All this stuff was going well, and you missed. Again. Like another missed opportunity. You have no idea what next year's going to hold. So that. I was angry because they should have won the game. They didn't play well, and they still should have won the game. If you tell me last Tuesday, Howard, the Bills are going to be down by 3, but Josh is going to get the ball with 3.5 minutes left and 3 timeouts at his own 30, would you take it? Of course I would. And then I'd say, how much time is left for Mahomes after the Bills scored the touchdown to go in front? So, yeah, I just a lot of not depression.
Well,
I was angry about the loss.
I had someone point this out to me. Of course, last year they had it and they didn't get the touchdown. They didn't get the field goal.
Yeah, that's back-to-back years for the offense.
This year
yeah,
against Baltimore, they had a chance to put the game away.
Yeah.
And they didn't offensively. And now the game in Kansas City. How many times will there be a failure of the offense to do that? until we say, maybe I don't feel so good about it anymore.
Yeah, I understand that. And I'm not there yet because I'll tell you that look at Josh's numbers in the 4 playoff games against Mahomes. They averaged 28 points in the 4 games, 28 points scored. He's got 1,300 total yards with 11 touchdowns and 1 turnover in 4 playoff games against Mahomes. The problem is, how many points did Kansas City score? 38, 42, 27, 32.
Yep.
I mean, I get it. The offense had the ball with a chance to put them in front, and they failed. But the reason why the focus is on the offense, because they have such little room for error. You can't give up an average of 34 points a game to Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs and expect to win unless the offense now is tasked with, you better get to 45. Well, that's not a good way to function. So I understand what people are saying. My anger is directed towards the defense mostly. I mean, come on. 2 stops. They made 2 freaking stops. Kansas City had 9 drives. I'm not counting the fumble. That was a gift.
It was a gift.
9 drives, and the defense made 2 legitimate stops back-to-back in the third quarter. The end of the game, with 1:54 left, they're not even trying to score. They just want to run the clock out. You give up a 2nd and 9, and then you give up a 3rd and 9, game over. 1 stop, 1 more stop somewhere. Is it that much to ask?
Apparently against the Chiefs, it is a lot to ask because they don't make stops. And last year,
they don't.
Like, we're at multiple times where they are lucky to be in these games. Last year, they were lucky to be into it because Jordan Poyer forced a fumble. This time, they're lucky to be into it because Mahomes drops a ball.
They were lucky to be in 13 seconds because Josh and the offense were out of their gourd in the fourth quarter.
I know. The question it comes down to, I guess, for me is like, McDermott is safe. Do they have the talent on defense?
No, and it's funny. I absolutely think I'm 100% expecting the Bills to have a defensive player picked with their first pick, possibly 2 in the. I forget how many. They have an extra 2nd, I think, but they lost
They have 2
third.
seconds. Yeah, it's another like Rousseau Basham kind of draft.
They're going to go after a cornerback, and they're going to go after a defensive lineman. And I'm here to tell you again, they better find themselves a playmaker at wide receiver. As much as I
Hold
said,
on. I got to check what year it is right here.
Right, this is the 3rd straight year we're saying this. As much as I just said, the defense is to blame. They have to make the defense better. They have to. But this offense, this passing game, needs someone who actually strikes fear in the opponents. Nobody does.
Yep.
They're just a bunch of guys. Sorry, no offense to the tight ends and the wide receivers. They're okay players. They're average at best. There's nobody who you look at and go, you're getting ready to play the Bills. Your game plan headache is the quarterback. And then James Cook would probably be number 2. There's nobody in the passing game that scares you. They have to get a playmaker in the receiving group.
Is there a specific play that's keeping you awake at night more than others from that game?
Ooh, that's a really good question. I mean, the spot was wrong. He had the first down at the 40.
Yeah.
So, I mean, in terms of an officiating play, that would be it. A Bills play. Is there one you guys had? I'm trying to fast forward
a lot of it
through
for
the
me
game
has
in my head.
been the 4th down, which I think would probably be most people's answer.
Well,
but
the drive continues. It doesn't end there. That now Kansas City, granted, they're still 60 yards away from your end zone, and you give up a 60-yard touchdown drive after that.
Yeah.
But at least the drive continues, and maybe you probably get some points on that drive.
Yeah, and I'm saying the 4th down, the last heave, the desperation heave. Because there are so many. It's such an interesting play because there's so many elements to pick apart, whether it's Allen's decision to run into the blitz or before that,
sliding the protection
and the Bills not seeing it coming at all. Right. And maybe there was no way to see it coming because Spagnuolo hadn't run that at all.
Right.
Kincaid dropping it. The incredible ability, Allen, even though he kind of runs maybe the wrong way, he does. He gets it to Kincaid. There's so many things about that play that could have gone your way, even though it was, again, the perfect play call by Steve Spagnuolo.
Well, I think that's also part of it, too. I think I read something on X this morning. Sorry, I was going to call it Twitter. I think Dan Orlovsky said something about how he saw offensive plays Kansas City ran that he had not seen on tape from them at all during the course of the season. Well, here we are talking about they're doing things that the Bills didn't expect. And on the other hand, we're talking about why does Joe Brady keep doing the same tush push when they keep stopping it?
That was one where, when was the time to give up on it?
After the 2-point try.
Okay, I would have said after 2 failures, you're done.
At most,
you gotta
the
be done
second
with it.
failure. At the first, you might say, all right, give them credit. They got lucky. But
Or at
after
least-
number 2, you go, hey, we got to pivot.
Or at least do something different with it rather than just going to the left every time. And that isn't, if you, I know I'm being nitpicky here because, okay, do something different. Oh, well, but not that. Not jumping over the pile and leaving the football out for anybody to grab it. That would not have been the
Which he fumbled
wrinkle.
on, but recovered it.
That would not have been the wrinkle I would have
There were
wanted.
5 fumbles in this game, and the Bills got all 5 back.
Yeah. I mean, you just don't have fumble luck
That's
like
pretty
that.
nuts.
Yeah. I mean, Josh had 3, didn't he? I think.
My current favorite thing is you were out in the control room out there when we were going over the Spagnuolo blitz. Did you hear the part about the AI from Amazon?
No.
So
Do I want to?
Have you watched any Amazon games? You know how they identify a blitzer?
Yeah.
So one of the people that works at Amazon, Sam Schwartzen, I think, said that their AI model did not pick up that blitz.
Oh, my goodness. Well, that's not good.
That's how unorthodox
good- yeah,
it was
that's
and
right.
how wild it was.
Yep.
And I think the point to make, the lesson to make there is the Bills are a Kincaid catch away from Steve Spagnuolo not being a genius but being a maniac. The blitz you threw was not identified by a program designed to mimic a quarterback's brain to identify blitzes.
Spags beat the machine.
Right.
pretty impressive.
He did something so crazy that they're like, what?
Even artificial intelligence didn't know it was coming.
Right.
I guess the Bills wouldn't have a shot then.
Well, if Kincaid catches it.
But that's part of this whole, right, Kansas City discussion is their coaching staff just seems to know what plays to come up with offensively, defensively, whatever. When push comes to shove, I mean, the last 3 games in the playoffs, last 3 losses are all one score. The AFC Championship 4 years ago was, I think a 14-point game. But the last 3 games, overtime, 3 points, 3 points. That little edge can be the guy coming up with Spagnuolo coming up with a blitz or Andy Reid designing run plays that nobody had on tape from them.
Well, it's play calls like that, and it's the fact that those coaches are never going anywhere that I think if anyone is in a dark enough place where they think, oh, they'll just never do it. They'll never beat this team. I think those are the plays that you're thinking about because those coaches aren't – they're like – That was my immediate takeaway, the night of the game was.
Unless Andy Reid retires.
I'm never going to believe going into a Bills-Chiefs playoff game that the Bills have the X's and O's advantage.
Yeah,
I'll never believe they will.
There's no reason to believe they will outcoach them. They haven't done it yet in 4 playoff games.
Here's a question I've not asked yet. We can ask maybe to you and going forward. What's the wrong takeaway? Because last year, one of the takeaways was you won a lot of games and you didn't even need to use Stephon Diggs, and maybe you don't need a receiver like that. And then they trade for Amari Cooper because you need someone to take attention away. I think here we are already at receiver again. So what's the wrong takeaway from this game? You want to make sure to not have the wrong one.
Oh, okay. See, I was going to say everybody eats is not a good idea, but that's not your question.
My question is, what would you take out of this game to be careful? I don't want you thinking that this is your takeaway, and it could be, it's hopeless. It could be you're far away.
I don't think it's hopeless.
It could be a lot of things. What's the wrong takeaway?
I'm not in a dark place. I am not here telling you the Bills will never win a Super Bowl as long as Sean McDermott is head coach. I don't believe that. They just happen to be playing at the same time. Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid are working together. They're Brady. It's Brady and Belichick. Now, they did lose Super Bowls eventually, but I guess I would tell you, I'm sure, based on what I saw on social media, I will tell you the wrong takeaway is they'll never win anything with Sean McDermott as their head coach. You might as well fire him and get somebody else because they can't get to the ultimate level with him. I don't believe that.
They just have to hit on some defensive picks.
They got to make their defense better. That's right.
I got to hit on some picks.
I mean, Benford goes out, and I wouldn't say they were screwed, but that certainly made things a lot worse.
I texted multiple people, this game is over.
Yeah, well, Elam's a bust, obviously.
It's just not something I do a lot, but I did.
I mean, with Rapp out, the safeties weren't great anyway. With Rapp out, you put a rookie in, and then when Benford goes down, good luck, But, yeah, I that would be my wrong takeaway.
Extend James Cook?
I would be very careful about how much you're paying a running back.
Extend Shakir?
I would extend Shakir.
Cooper back?
No.
Douglas?
I was really disappointed. Douglas, if he's back, it's on a 1 or 2. It's on my terms.
Yep.
He's going to be 31 on opening day.
The thing I like to say about Cooper, and this kind of fits in the everybody eats thing, is if the Bills had signed him to 1 year, $20 million, which was what his salary was this year, Browns, and the Bills didn't pay all that, we would say, oh my God, it went terribly.
I really thought he was going to have a big role on this.
And he did not.
And he was invisible. The discussion we were having last night is, what do you do about Russo? He's on the 5th-year option.
Yep.
And I was all for extending him, but Matt and Joe are talking like he's going to be hitting the market at 26, and he's an edge rusher in the prime of his career. He's going to cost a fortune, and he's not worth it. So I think the Cook thing, I love James Cook, believe me, I do, but you have to be very careful how much you would want to pay a running back. I think the Rousseau discussion is really interesting because Benford's going to get extended, right? That's a no-brainer. I think he's got 1 year left.
I'd be stunned if he wasn't. Yeah.
He's got to be back. So I think Rousseau is actually the really big decision.
Chuba Hubbard, 4 years, $33 million. Would you do that for Cook? He signed that this year.
Probably not. No.
No, 4 years. That's like $8.5 million
a year.
I think I would. The cap goes up $40 million every year.
But they're over, and they do have other guys they're dealing with.
I think it's fine. I think it's fine.
Josh has got to get restructured too this offseason.
Yeah. All right. Want to hang out for like one more minute, or you got to go? You got to go?
I can hang out
until
9 o'clock.
All right, break time. You're making us late. You can make us late the next break too. All right, less than a minute. And we'll get wide open phone. You know, you guys are up next. We'll set them up, knock them down. What's next for you, Howard? No more TV show.
No.
No leading the charge.
No.
You're to come in with us every couple weeks. Juan Soto season. But hold on. Let me guess. Pitchers and catchers report in like 8 days.
No, but you're close.
Okay.
I think it's about 3 weeks.
Okay, 3 weeks. Pitchers and catchers.
All right, yeah. I mean, I'll be in Florida in March. I might just take a quick trip over to Port St. Lucie with my new Juan Soto shirt that my son got me for Christmas. My jersey.
Very nice.
So yeah, what's next? College games. Doing college stuff. And before you know it, Bison's pitch clock season.
Oh, right.
And then tours again. You're going to come take a tour?
I can't believe they put you on the pitch clock. Of all the things,
It's
of
pretty
all
amazing,
your
huh?
jobs.
Pitch clock.
When do pitchers and catchers report?
It's like third week in February, I think, or mid second or third week in February.
Okay.
You want to go on a tour this year?
Yeah, probably.
Bring the family.
Yeah, probably.
I'll tell lots of great stories about how wonderful you are to work with.
What's your Super Bowl pick, or what are you rooting for?
I'm honest to God. I'm having this discussion with my wife. I don't want to watch the game. Is it okay to not watch the game?
I have been invited to 3 activities to skip the game already.
Wow.
So my wife
by different people. All different people invited me to 3, 2 movies and like axe throwing. Like, hey, you want to skip the game?
Are you going to skip the game? Because I seriously do not want to watch. I have watched every Super Bowl for the last 50 years. I do not want to watch this game, but I feel like it's the Super Bowl. You're supposed to watch.
I can't imagine skipping the Super Bowl no matter who
I know,
plays.
but I have no desire to ever see the Chiefs play a game
I know.
again, let alone win.
Well, thank you for your work all year.
My pleasure. Thank you. Anytime you want me to pop in, you let me know.
We'll do. Jeremy and
perfect.
Joe.
I'll pick the schedule tomorrow that we know their opponents.
We do.
Okay, I was lying about this coming in at any time. Can you give me a few weeks to just kind of unplug from this?
We'll buzz through phone calls upon our return. Jeremy and Joe back in a moment on WGR.
Just call Jed Studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Bill season is over, and the players were meeting with the media yesterday to put a cap on it. Josh Allen, amongst others. That's all available on the Odyssey app and WGR550.com. Dalton Kincaid saying that Dawson Knox, while talking about Kincaid, said that he had a torn PCL in one knee and fluid in his other knee. So knee injuries for Kincaid that he was dealing with. Micah Hyde, according to Jay Skursky, who talked to Hyde yesterday, is officially retiring. His playing career is over. Not a big surprise there. And Jordan Phillips said yesterday that he will only play for the Bills. Said he's not retiring, but he only wants to play for the Bills going forward. He will not play anywhere else. To the rest of the league, had some coaches being introduced yesterday. Brian Schottenheimer in Dallas, Liam Cohen in Jacksonville, Aaron Glenn in New York. Glenn, a little feisty when asked about Aaron Rodgers, said, among other things, that this is not only Rodgers' team. Sounded, little able to push back on the idea that Rodgers is going to control the franchise going forward. And Doug Marrone's back in the NFL. He is in New England now as their offensive line coach. To the Sabres, they're in action tonight, 7 o'clock against the Boston Bruins. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. Nicholas Aube-Kubel placed on waivers after 19 games for the Sabres this year. Jordan Greenway is getting closer to a return, according to Lindy Ruff. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Kickoff 2025 with a new Chevy from Paddock.
It's a special team. Like I told you guys earlier in the year that I really couldn't put my finger on what was happening. Some of the things that happened on this team didn't happen on those 2 Super Bowl teams that I had. Some of the bonds that we had, the way we prepared, this coaching staff, this locker room, like it was things on this team that stood out that wasn't on like those last 2 Super Bowl teams that I had. It just didn't go our way.
That's Von Miller, who's probably played his last down with the Bills, right, we think?
I would imagine.
All right.
Didn't go great.
No, it was promising at the start, and,
the injury.
I'll remember him for the receivers he failed to court.
Oh,
I'm kidding.
So many false hopes.
There's a lot of that.
His Instagram for a solid year was just getting me hyped up. Although the players that he was trying to recruit didn't end up being that good anyway, right?
Nope, that's right.
I mean, Beckham didn't do anything.
Nope, Hopkins has not done that much either.
Yeah.
803-0550, which leads us to Worthy.
Oh, Worthy. Just I'd like the next Worthy.
Yeah.
That's it. I'd like the next Worthy. I want the Bills to want a player like that. Rather than, not all your receivers have to block. If you want most of them to, that's fine. Just not every. Maybe one. You can have one receiver that can't block, that just gets open, is really fast.
803-0550 is our phone number. I mean, whatever. Worthy was a big part of what the Chiefs did, a real big part of it, the whole year. And, you could look at his stats if you wanted somebody to text in, like he only got 50 yards receiving 6 times. Maybe he got behind defenses every week. And you better believe that every single week, opposing defenses had to worry about that.
You also should, that's a little nitpicky because we're just not going to count as rushing. Like he ran the ball. How many games this year did he not have a carry? 1, 2, 3, 4. They've played how many games? 19.
Yeah.
He had 4 games all year where he didn't have at least one carry. Like this past week against the Bills, 2 for 16. That's 2 first downs, right there. That gets him to 100 yards of scrimmage. So he's involved in a lot of different ways.
He also had as many targets, he was off by 2, as Shakir.
Yeah.
Like 98 targets.
He's a very good player. And
he's better than a lot of people thought he would be. I think if he's not even on the Chiefs, wherever. Like this receiver class, as it continues to kind of flesh out, like Worthy is better than people thought. Brian Thomas Jr. is a lot better than people thought. Yeah. Marvin Harrison Jr., probably not as good as people thought 1 year in. Coleman is about what people thought he would be. right now, which is, physical bully guy. And I don't think there really is any roadmap to him becoming a true one. But that's okay. Like, he can be somebody else that's out there, and they'll need somebody to kind of hopefully be the do-everything guy.
Well, and it was 2 years now. The Chiefs have not looked as good on offense outside of the Bills' playoff games, right? Like, the Bills' playoff games have been two of their best performances. Last year, they were pretty pedestrian on offense all the way through. They weren't even that good in the playoffs. I just mentioned the Ravens forced them to 6 punts in the AFC Championship last year, but they torched the Bills. But you've got two Chief teams that have not looked that amazing on offense, like kind of stagnant. And now, do we just believe maybe against the Bills they'll always look this good, but do we just believe that they're always going to be this average on offense? Like, next year, I don't even know if they have to do anything. Just Worthy in year 2, becoming more fully formed, and maybe getting off to a quicker start than he did this year.
And get Rice back. Rice is very good. Again, we'll see what else they do around that, and Kelsey won't play forever, but I don't think he's retiring this year. Maybe they'll add a running back, right, because the running back stunk. The Bills, I think, will be better on offense next year if they add a better Cooper, and I think they'll be better on defense. But I'm not just going to sit around and believe that the Chiefs are going to be this average on offense for the rest of their lives with Patrick Mahomes at quarterback. Like, do we think there won't be a year again where Mahomes will have 40 touchdowns? No, I mean, I said to you yesterday.
Like, that will happen again.
I said to you yesterday, and I kind of said this last year after they won it. Like, what? They're going to continue to try to get better, like everybody does. So maybe Kelsey retires, and they're a different version of themselves.
And that will be the whenever that happens, that could be this summer, it could be 3 years from now. That will be a test. Like, what are you able to do if he's not there? But they're off to a good start with back-to-back. They missed on Sky Moore 3 years ago, but now they're off to a good start with back-to-back second-round receivers that both look really good, Rice and Worthy.
Worthy first round.
Thank you. Right, Worthy first round.
803-0550 to join us, and 1-888-550-2550. Starting to get to know the receivers in the draft, get to know the defensive ends in the class, all that. Anyway, give us a ring, 803-0550. To Brian in Bradford, PA. Brian, good morning.
Yes. Morning, guys. Bradford, PA.
Very good.
I was out snowblowing earlier, and Jeremy, you said something that I think we talk about, but we don't really delve into about adding talent. Because like Joe said, we haven't outcoached them. We haven't out-schemed them. So, I mean, it's imperative that we get talent. And there kind of lies the rub with this organization, because they value, they have a certain type of player they want. And how the locker room works, and they love each other and play for each other, which is all great stuff, but doesn't necessarily win football games for you. I mean, the talent on the defense, we do have depth, but if Milano's out, we're different. And that can be said for any defense or any organization. So it's kind of like, are we riding the? I'm a Notre Dame fan. I know. Nate and I are pretty much it, but we kind of do the same thing in Notre Dame. We can't get the type of players that, and it's because of our standards. So I mean, do we need to maybe tone down the locker room thing a little bit? Because I think the only way we're going to get over this hump is to have the talent, like the wide receiver, and defensive ends. You know what I mean. So
sure.
I'll hang up and listen to you guys.
Thanks, Brian. I think what you kind of are alluding to is maybe the same thing that leads teams that are wandering to go from let's try an offensive coach, let's try a defensive coach, let's try an offensive coach. Now it's about accountability, right? Now we want this. And these organizations, your hires and your movements are not made in a vacuum. And a lot of what the Bills did, the Bills would breathe, and a lot of fans would say, that was about Diggs. And it wasn't. Allen even tried to say it. right? Before the Houston game, he stopped people. I did not mean anything about the former receiver when I said something about these receivers. So don't make it about that. But everybody seemed to want to make it about that. We did that with Cooper. Amari Cooper doesn't say a lot. Wow, can you imagine a more perfect fit than this guy? Yes, a guy that gets open and catches a bunch of touchdowns would be better than a guy that's quiet. So I think sometimes the stories of the season we want to weave in as actual, like, whatever, personnel. The everybody eats and the less pressure and all that they had last year, that's great this past year. If they played with less pressure, that's great. I hope they enjoyed it. It's over. Isn't it? Isn't less pressure over?
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
You're coming off the AFC Championship game. We'll see if Josh wins the MVP or not. If he doesn't, people will be mad about that. We'll find that out in 5 days, 6 days. Okay?
He probably will.
Brace yourself. I don't know, man. I don't know.
February 6th at 9 o'clock.
Yeah. Brace yourself.
That's the Thursday before the Super Bowl.
Okay, I thought it was this week, but it's a Thursday.
It's a week from Thursday.
Okay.
9 o'clock.
Brace yourself. But if he does win it, now you have an MVP quarterback, you made the AFC Championship game, you have draft capital, you have more cap space, your offensive coordinator is staying. I mean, you're back in Super Bowl or bust.
Well, they're probably in that forever. Because wasn't this past year a lesson?
This past year was probably, yeah.
Isn't the next time, like, as long as Allen's the quarterback, there probably will be another season where, the roster's got some holes. Or this top player left, whoever it is. Whoever they pick this year becomes a superstar. And then in 6 years, he's not on the team anymore. And it's, okay, well, they're going to be different. Won't this past year be a reminder that even if you think they're not completely fully formed, even if you think there's some, new guys here and new guys there, that if Allen's their quarterback and he is still an elite player, that there is no year where they can't win it?
You would think.
So I don't know that there will ever be again.
But maybe
the level of a transition year. I'll just take is ever again as Allen is their quarterback. Will we hear what we heard in August, which is I would take just getting in. I would take just getting in and seeing what happens. I think that is dead forever.
Maybe as an extension of get in, because once you're in, you can count on him. But there's also a lesson here. Like, it's a lesson that, yes, with Allen, you should always expect to be good. It's also a lesson in this concept of, well, we don't want him to have to do too much. Okay. And in the end, what did you need? You needed him to do more. You needed someone to help him do more. That's what everybody's job is get other players to help him do more. The thing I don't want to ever hear again is the idea he had to force the ball to people. I never believed that. Targets are earned. Why did he throw to Shakir more than anybody else? He earned them. He deserved them, right? Game plans, sometimes they went for Cook and they went to running backs. And, Allen fit in with Brady really well. The two of them worked well together. It's not lost on me. Brady was the passing game coordinator for Burrow, Chase, and Jefferson. Mm-hmm. I don't know the target share on that offense, and I'm sure they didn't. Well, I shouldn't say they. Who cares what it was? Like, throw it to the good guys. So I would imagine that Joe Brady probably wants someone on the outside that can get open on the sideline. They didn't have that this year. They haven't had that. Like, it's what they really need, in my opinion, on like a weapon standpoint. And I mentioned earlier in the show, Matt Harmon said the Bills are ready to be the Eagles offensively if they just had A.J. Brown. They have the back. He's not as good as Barkley. They have the line. They have the quarterback. They have the tight ends. And they have the depth of receiver. They're just missing the alpha, which is not a surprise to hear that and to kind of be there. When they traded for Cooper, a lot of us thought, all right, a rental alpha receiver for a year. And we'll see how it goes, and we'll re-sign him. Mm-hmm. And already, like, what interest is there for that?
No,
not much.
Not much.
Not much.
I feel like he's about done. And maybe he's still got a role in the league as like a depth receiver. He still is good at getting open short, it looks like. But down the field, you saw it. It took an amazing throw and catch for a big Cooper play. There were a couple of them, but it took an amazing throw and catch. The offensive part of that alpha receiver and taking yourself to another level, the forcing the ball to a guy also, we remember that was new. That was never said for 3.5 years. Do you know when it started? Was when the Diggs plays weren't working anymore. How long did that last, though? 6 games. Right? Brady gets hired, and it started getting less efficient, and Diggs was like last in the league in yards per target, and they kept targeting him.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like 60 targets. I'm trying to remember those numbers off the top of my head. It was like 60 targets at the end of last year where, man, they're forcing it to him, and it's not working. He had 644 targets for the Buffalo Bills in his career. We're really going to hyper-focus on the final 60 of those and forget the previous 580, which wasn't about forcing him the ball. It was, oh no, he's just the guy that's open on the play.
Right.
That's it. That's why the ball's going to him, because he's the one who's open and nobody else is. That's it. And that is what I would have liked just a little bit more of. Their offense is already great. The running back is good. The line is great. The depth receivers are really good too. Like, the only thing that you could do that would take you to another level is you bring in a guy like that is just always going to be open. He's going to beat the corner. He's going to, when Allen needs a guy that he can trust, where the ball's got to go his way. I was wondering if Shakir was that on the first down, that he just throws into the open area. Like, this ball's got to come out, and I need to throw it to the guy I trust. All right, Khalil Shakir, who's good, but he's not the same as the type of player that we're talking about. I'm that guy, and then just give me some defensive players. I need the talent to be better on defense if you're ever going to hold the Chiefs in check.
803-0550. You get a couple more phone calls in here. Adam in New Jersey. Hey, Adam, good morning.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good.
Good. I just wanted to make a couple points. I promise I'll be quick. First off, I wanted to talk about how the defensive talent, how in 2021 we were the top defensive talent, and now Kansas City has literally passed us on defensive talent, and we're the team with the supposed defensive head coach. Like, it's crazy. Like, I don't understand how that can happen. I blame Bean for that because his misses have been really bad. I can't really get on him because he has some good picks like Benford, but the one thing that he can't control that he shouldn't be doing anymore is you don't trade with your competition. Don't trade with Kansas City. Don't trade with Baltimore. Don't trade with Cincinnati. Don't trade with Houston. I don't care if you trade with Carolina or teams that are so much lesser than you, but you're just purposely helping these other teams, and you're setting yourself up for bad narratives at the end of the year, like this Xavier Worthy trade. Now, I know that everyone's kicking around the trading for Garrett or Crosby. I would honestly prefer Crosby because you were just talking about the alpha thing. You need an alpha on defense, too. And Crosby's an alpha. I think Myles Garrett's too nice of a guy. And I think Crosby is the kind of guy that can get under Mahomes' skin a little bit.
Did you just say Myles Garrett's too nice a guy?
He did once swing a helmet at an opponent. I mean, just for what it's worth.
Yeah, I know there was that incident. I get that.
But I hear you. Crosby, there's been like him mic'd up with Mahomes that he talks like he's talking every play
to Mahomes.
And he's hitting him after the whistle. Like he definitely he toes the line a lot more probably than Garrett does.
Yeah.
But I also wouldn't call Garrett a nice guy.
That makes sense. I mean, Garrett's
a terrifying person
on
that side of the ball.
He's 2 firsts and something else is the price.
And you're paying him $35 million a year.
Yeah, probably. Thanks, Adam. Crosby, listen, I'm into it.
Crosby's great.
Mention a couple of different names. Trey Hendrickson, Cincinnati. I'm not ruling out trading anything with any of these teams. I just really, it's only one for me. I would not have traded the Chiefs their choice of a position that I needed to make a choice at. And, in the conversation about this, I had someone write in like, well, the Bills were always targeting Coleman. No, they weren't. If they were, they would have taken Coleman. And then they traded down to 32. And if they were still targeting Coleman, they would have taken Coleman. But they didn't. Mm-hmm. They got to the first pick of day 2, thought about it overnight, and said, we'll take Keon Coleman. It's fine. Coleman, we'll see how that continues to grow. But the one thing you can't say is they always wanted him, because if they did, they would have taken him.
No, Bean said after the draft that they didn't know who Kansas City wanted, but he thought it was going to be a wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
That means he at least didn't like Coleman enough that he was willing to give the Chiefs the pick that could have been Coleman.
Right. And if the
Chiefs wanted a receiver, it could have very easily been Keon Coleman.
And of course, you give up control of the board for 5 picks. Anybody else could have moved into those spots and taken those players and blah blah blah.
The draft point though, that is kind of why we're sitting here saying the Bills need more elite players, though,
because
right?
the Chiefs have just had better hits.
Because
in the last 2-3 years,
both teams have hit on mid to late round picks, right? Like Yes, Benford, great pick in the 6th round. Like that draft class
is good.
Like, there's a difference maybe between those two draft classes where at 22, the Chiefs and the Bills both had a lot of picks, by the way, both teams. The Chiefs hit on Isaiah Pacheco in the 7th round, Jalen Watson in the 7th round, Brian Cook in the 2nd round, Leo Chanel in the 3rd round. Those are 4 starters that they hit on later in the draft. The Bills, meanwhile, they hit on Benford. They hit on Shakir in the 5th. They hit on Bernard in the 3rd. What's the biggest difference, though? Who was your first-round pick? Kyrie Elam.
Yeah.
Who was their first-round pick? Trent McDuffie.
And they traded up in front of you and got him. And got McDuffie,
That's
which
the
a lot
difference.
of people seem to think the Bills wanted McDuffie.
You're hitting on maybe the same rate of hits in those mid to late rounds,
right?
But they're getting stars.
Well,
with some of their first, not all of them. And the Bills, they don't have a star player that they spent a first-round pick on since Allen, right?
No, it's Ed Oliver.
And he's good.
Greg Rousseau.
He's good.
Dalton Kincaid.
Maybe good. And then it's Elam, and then it's, I guess, Coleman, kind of.
Yeah. 803-0550. I think it's easy, and I'm not getting after Bean for missing this or missing that. I don't even think there's much rhyme or reason to missing early, hitting late. One thing the Bills do an awful lot of is trade up. They trade up all the time for their players. And then in this case, they traded down. So whatever. I mean, I just think they need some hits. And they might be due for some hits. But here's a lesson.
They need some hits on some stars. Like
they do.
Chris Jones, and it's forever ago. When is that? 2016. He's a second-round pick.
He's a second-round pick.
You're in a spot where we'd like to see them add these star players at big money or in a big trade, because when they draft, it's often guys that are good, but you just, other than Allen and maybe Tre'Davious White,
and this is
the
where
guys the Bills have drafted that have been like the premier of their position in the league. It's not, again, it's more about they're all good. They're all good and not a lot of like super high ceiling guys.
And there's a point here about, whether or not they go all in or if they make a trade. But one other guy they got that was a premier guy, they traded their first round pick to get him. Diggs.
Right.
Like if you trade a first round pick to get a premier guy, this is the timeline to do that on.
They've made up for it.
You're picking
with other
30th.
ways.
You are about to enter into, all right, what's going to be the thing that gets us by the Chiefs? That caller wants Max Crosby. Okay.
Love it.
Max Crosby for a first. Like, it's going to take more than that probably.
But I'm in.
But the idea of, I'll go get an established asset, because here's my lesson about the draft. This year's draft class, the Bills had 10 picks. They ultimately added 10 picks. How many of these players moved the needle for them significantly, other than just like we're on the team and made some plays? Keon Coleman, not a bad rookie season,
but not like
nothing crazy.
Yeah,
not bad. He ended up with 29 catches. He missed some time too. Cole Bishop, almost a non-factor. He's a guy. He might turn into something great. You don't draft guys for right away.
Okay.
Dwayne Carter, inactive. For the AFC Championship game. Ray Davis,
fine, but he was your third string
depth running back. Cedric Van Granger,
never played.
Eddie Ulofoshio,
never played.
Javon Solomon,
never
some
played.
Nice flashes. Tylon Grable, Daquan Hardy, Travis Clayton. Like what I want to get at going into this offseason is that is 10 picks that gave you how many significant snaps in the biggest game of your year? 0? Is it 0?
It might be 0.
I mean, Bishop made some tackles, but
I pointed out he also missed 3.
But
highest on the team.
It's kind of like the flip side of don't trade with them.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, it's going to this draft. If the window is still open and we're starting the second window, then I don't need 10 picks. I need the year before. The year before they had 6 picks in the draft. Kincaid, Torrance, Dorian Williams, Justin Shorter, and 2 7th-rounders. What'd they get out of that draft?
Couple starters,
and Dorian Williams looks like a nice depth piece.
Mm-hmm.
So 10 picks doesn't interest me. Make 6 picks. And if you're trading a first or you're trading a third, you're dumping off something for, there's going to be names out there.
This all goes back to my thought on this. It's just that the gap they have to make up has to be with star players. That's it. I don't know what else it is. You can't make it up with coaching. You're going to have the same coaching battle one-on-one going forward. Or 2-on-2, I should really say. So the only other way I get over them, Mahomes and Allen, like At best, I'm getting Allen probably to match Mahomes on the other side. So if I can get Allen to match Mahomes, and I'm going to maybe lose some X's and O's battles, then how do I finally topple the Chiefs? I've got to be more talented than them. I've got to be. I've got to have a better roster than that. Yep. I cannot walk into a Bills-Chiefs matchup with the lesser roster.
Right, does anybody?
It can't happen. It can't happen.
Does anybody think Sirianni is on the level of Andy Reid?
Oh no, not even close.
And is Vic Fangio Steve Spagnuolo? I mean, he's got a body of work.
I like Spags better, but sure, that's close enough.
But the Eagles have a chance because their roster is absolutely loaded.
Right.
Loaded. 803-0550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Call Jed now at 839-3939 or call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Sabres. WGR Sports Radio 550. You're listening to Jeremy and Joe, live from the Just Call Jed studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. WGR Sports Radio 550. Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR 550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
Patrick Mahomes is like Tiger Woods on Sunday wearing that red polo. In that moment when Tiger on Sunday and you're in that group, you know when it's time to make that critical putt, that critical play, he's going to make it. And so you know what happens? His competitors get tight because they know Tiger Woods is not going to get tight. He's going to make the right play. He's going to do that. That's what we're seeing from Patrick Mahomes right now. All these guys are playing spectacular. But you know what he does? He makes the right play at the right time, and the other guys simply cannot make those plays.
That's Damian Woody. I would say no notes.
Seen a lot of comparison to they are like the Patrick Ewing Knicks and the era,
Bills?
in the era of Michael Jordan.
I respect that. I think that's pretty good.
I mean, Mahomes is. I mean, this is what Jordan was like, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just every year, it's going to be inevitable. Although, were people rooting against Jordan? Because I feel like the country has got Chiefs fatigue. They're sick of it. And I don't know, the way people talk about the Jordan era just doesn't feel like that's the way it was taken.
If he's Jordan, if he retires for 2 years and then comes back,
I'll take it. Hey, he played baseball, didn't he?
His dad played baseball.
All right, here we go.
Is it now or never for the Eagles to win a Super Bowl on ESPN's Get Up? Why does every debate show act like this is the final season of the NFL? Why would it be now or never for the Eagles? Who's old? Okay.
Nobody. Nobody's old, I don't think.
I'm rooting for
Unless
the Eagles.
Unless they think A.J. Brown's getting traded.
I'm rooting for the Eagles to normalize wide receivers reading books on sidelines.
Yeah,
as being totally fine and not a thing anybody needs to care about. With their hosts in Philly, there was a host in Philly who wanted him traded the next day.
Oh yeah,
or cut cut him from the team. He read a book, a self-improvement book. Okay, people, whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway,
probably like them being on the team for that NFC Championship.
Yes, it was pretty important.
There was a couple drives there early on where the run game wasn't working, and it was just their whole pass offense is just can Brown beat whoever he's covering him one-on-one, and like a lot of times the answer is yes.
He's awesome.
Yes, he can.
Yep. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Sabres and Bruins tonight from KeyBank Center. The Sabres are debuting a new thing I saw on their Twitter, a Fanzam.
What on earth is a Fanzam?
The Fanzam is a Zamboni that has seating atop it, and fans can ride around on the top of the Zamboni.
Oh, okay.
So you'll have people seated on top of the Zamboni. Fanzam. There you go.
They more than one person?
Yeah, it looks like
because
maybe 8 to 10 people on top of the Fanzam.
Because I feel like I've seen the Zamboni ride with like one person, one fan on there, like waving or whatever. This is like what, a bench on top of it? Well, that seems like that'd be pretty cool. I don't know. Would that interest you? The kids would probably like that, right? Go for a ride on the Zamboni?
Probably.
Okay.
803-0550.
That also means we have a hot dog tonight.
Oh, right.
Boston dog. Baked beans.
Covered in Stanley Cup rings and Larry O'Brien trophies, I guess. Is it the Larry O'Brien trophy?
That's the
NBA?
NBA, yeah.
Anyway, yeah, all right. Next up, Jimmy in Miami. Hey, Jimmy.
Hey, guys. Thanks for letting me take part in the postmortem here. I know you guys are talking about the draft and past drafts, and the thing is, to me, it always seemed like with Bean and McDermott, it's like they always thought they were the smartest guys in the room when it comes to the draft. Like they got the answers to the test. Like, for instance, with Coleman. Okay, Coleman's a nice player. And the thing was, okay, he can jump. He used to be a basketball player. He ran the cone drills really great. but he had 4.6 speed in the combine. I mean, yeah, he turned out to what we thought he was going to be. But for some reason, they had this aversion to speed on the boundary positions in the receiving core. And I just don't understand why they fight it. And it's like they're bucking a trend, in the NFL. Where when you look at what Philadelphia has and what even Kansas City, they have some speed there, even Kansas City. And like with Kincaid, all right, okay, he's going to be a nightmare with defensive coordinators because he's a good.
He's a matchup nightmare because they'll dictate if they're a nickel or they're in base.
But you know what? To me, a nightmare is like Kittle,
Right.
is Goddard, is Zach Ertz in his prime, is Gronkowski. Those are nightmares for a safety or a defensive back to guard. So when you miss on picks like that, oh, and by the way, when we drafted Kincaid, Rashee Rice was still on the board, and so was Marvin Mims. So, I mean, when you make mistakes like that, I mean, Kincaid, for what we're asking him to do, we could have got a third or fourth or fifth round tight end to catch 3-yard outs and run for 6 yards or something like that. It just seems like a miss. It's not a major miss, but and then of course I don't even want to get into Elam. I mean that's a total bust. So when you miss like that, it's huge, and I just don't see Kansas City and Philadelphia making those big.
Well, I mean, they did.
have a couple.
The Chiefs definitely have their share of misses. Yeah.
Like, I'll give them credit for they got it once every 4 years, 5 years at least, you should get a legitimate star out of one of your first-round picks. And they did that with Trent McDuffie. But they also drafted Clyde Edwards-Helaire in the first round.
Pick.
Which is you want to call that a complete bust? I would. And then last year, Felix Uzama, the one defensive end who doesn't really start for them. He's got 3 sacks in 2 years. Like, that right now looks like a miss. He doesn't start for him.
The context of the Chiefs and the Bills here's one other way they're parallel. Your quarterback is so good, they will cover up your busts in the draft in the wins and loss column. You draft a bust. Guess what happens if the Bills bust out their first and second round pick this year? They will win 13 games. Because Josh Allen and Joe Brady have something good going, and Sean McDermott will get a little bit of help on the defensive side, and they'll probably be fine. But, winning 10 games, 12 games, great. How are you going to win in the playoffs? How are you going to win in this moment? It's part of the whole thing about Josh not doing too much. I just never thought you were ever going to get to where you want to be with Allen throwing for 187. Does anybody think that's going to happen? You're going to need him to be great in the playoffs. So you should be looking for things that'll help him bring out greatness in him. He clearly brings out greatness in other players. We see it. Who's there to bring the greatness out of him on his offense? His line has been great. James Cook's been great. The backs have been great. Past that, who brings greatness out of Allen? Shakir, a little bit. There's a lot to like about Khalil.
A little bit.
There's a lot to like about Shakir's game.
It was Diggs.
It was Diggs that brought out greatness in Allen. They brought it out in each other. And, of course, they broke up. And, one guy's got a torn ACL, and his career's probably over because he aged out. And the other's got a bunch more years left because that's just the nature of it.
And there was that one game where Gabe Davis did it.
Yeah, Gabe Davis.
The one time.
Matt Miller, NFL draft scout, on the 2025 draft class. Great running back, top-end talent and depth. Don't need that. Underrated tight end class. Don't need that. Versatile offensive tackle class. Don't need that. Great defensive tackle class.
Okay.
Loaded in the top 75 picks.
And
the defensive end class has speed and high upside power players.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
That's the type of edge rusher. I mean, Rousseau and Epinesa are big, tall, right, physical ends. Like, the speed rusher is the Vaughn replacement, I think.
Yep.
Unless that's going to be Max Crosby or Myles Garrett or
I don't think it's going to be Max Crosby. I just saw Pete Carroll addressed Max Crosby from his press conference, his introductory press conference at the end, saying,
"Okay,
let him know, Max. Like, basically, tell everybody we're coming. We're the Raiders." So I do not think that they're going to be trading Max Crosby. But
there was a cryptic tweet
from Crosby.
Yeah, that's what started it all. I think.
We don't like guys that cryptically tweet, though, right?
I guess we don't.
What was it?
I'm trying to find it. All I know is there was one, but what was it? I'm finding it.
All right. While you're finding that, Mickey in Connecticut. Hey, Mickey.
Hey, guys. Hey, thank you for taking my call, and good morning. So I called yesterday about a few things. So obviously I called about the tush push that we didn't get. I called about the catch that, if at minimum, should have been an incomplete catch. The fact that we were being called short pretty much all game of the line of game. But the one thing earlier, you guys were talking about things you're losing sleep over. And there's two things I'm losing sleep over. The first thing is, before that 4th and 1, that tush push that we did get that we didn't get, Kincaid caught a ball on a throw on the 3rd down, and he did get that first down. And why it bothers me is that, so many people, apparently social media, is coming at Kincaid and blowing him up and making him look bad and talking bad about him. But he got that first down. If anything, for me, who it falls on is our coach for not challenging that, because it should have been challenged. And the second thing I'm losing sleep over is exactly what you just talked about, and I'll build on, which is Brandon Beane and not hitting on the draft picks. Most of the draft picks we've hit over the last 2-3 years have not been great. They've been good, but they have not been great. And if anything, they've been borderline bust. So ultimately, I would even go above our head coach, because I know everybody's calling for his head. No, all this heat should go to Brandon Beane and the picks he has not made. But yeah, to go back to the first point, that should have been a challenge. And the fact that he didn't challenge, it just blows my mind. We should have never been put in the position that we needed to result to a tush push. It should have never happened.
Yep. Thanks. I'm going back to watch that play, Mickey, where Kincaid is ruled to be short of the line to gain. Right now I'm watching the Amari Cooper wide receiver screen, which, it's one thing about this offense. They blitz again. The Bills catch him in a blitz, and, Joe, I want you to go watch that play.
Oh, I saw the all 22 where the caption on someone tweeting out that play was that this was close to a touchdown. Because Cooper, if the guy that tackles him at the ankles, if he hops away from that guy,
there's nobody back there.
There's nobody back there. Now, I personally feel like Cooper, seeing him early in that game, would have got caught from behind by somebody. But I mean, how many yards would he have picked up? Even if that happens, 30?
It might be asking a lot, but watching Cooper on this play, if instead of Cooper, this is
Samuel or Shakir,
maybe
those are the two, aren't they?
Or if it's who's the name I want here?
You want to got another team?
Yeah. Who dances a little bit and takes off like a rocket? If it's Devonta Smith, can I go
Brandon
there?
Ayuk,
maybe. Cooper catches the ball.
Garrett Wilson.
I don't know. The throw from Allen on this, it's 3rd and 10. He slips. Cooper slips his back foot. It's just these are the margins. It's as simple as that. Let me show you the screen. See how his back foot is out?
Yeah.
And the field is an issue. It's cold. It's frozen. If he doesn't slip there, he gets a cleaner release. Spencer Brown blocks his guy.
The guy that trips him up at the ankles maybe isn't close
enough. The guy
enough.
that trips him up at the ankles chases him down from behind. It's a linebacker. It's a linebacker that ultimately catches Cooper on the third down play.
And if he doesn't slip, maybe he's ahead of him.
But if he doesn't slip, I think he gets a clean release past Shakir, and it's Spencer Brown blocking a safety, and it's Pater.
These, though,
and then the defense blows the game, and we're sitting here talking about the same thing.
That is, screens are nice, and it's good to have that option, but that's twice in 2 weeks where they had a 3rd down,
and they
threw it to a screen. Screens are nice, but what is the downside of a screen is that can happen.
Not only that.
A guy can slip. You need to hit on 2 blocks for the play to work rather than just... I know, the 4th down play was this, and it didn't work. But rather than Allen standing back there in the pocket, instead of, okay, this is my only path of the first. I need both blocks to hit. I need the player to get a clean release, and I need him to run it. Versus a pass play, which is, I got 4 guys out there. I need one of them to get open. I could have Allen scramble. That's an option. I could get a penalty on a pass interference. All of my ways of getting a first down, I have more of them if I just run a traditional pass play than if I run a screen.
Yep. This screen calls, by the way, they screened to both sides. Allen could have thrown it to the left to Kincaid, too. It's a double screen.
Gotcha. By the way, the Max Crosby tweet was, undisputed, they will wish they treated you better when times were tough.
Oh.
The fake always expose themselves, and it's a picture of Scarface saying, small circle, private life, clear mind, happy soul.
Let's get him.
That's the
I love Scarface. That's fine. 803-0550. We'll get a break in Extendo Sports coming up. Now, that third down play is going to live in my nightmares now, too. If he doesn't slip, he gets the first down for sure before the 4th and 5. Yeah, what can you do? Jeremy and Joe on WGR. All right, a couple things just following up. Kincaid's down. He does not have the first down. I don't believe they should have challenged that at all. I think he's down, and they're trying to save timeouts. The 4 plays before the season ends, offensively. James Cook, 2 yards in the line, 2nd and 8. Screen Shakir.
Mm-hmm.
Then screen to Kincaid.
Back-to-back screens.
Back-to-back screens, left and right. You know what that is? That's 3 run plays. They're just running the ball.
Mm-hmm.
The screens are extension of the run game. They just want to run the ball. They want to run clock. Allen is empty set on the first one, the screen to Shakir. And, you throw it. He gains 5 yards. Not a bad play. It's just an extension of their run game. Quick throw. Throw's not exactly on target. He has to stumble back. 3rd and 2. Throw to Kincaid. Screen. This is not that different than run. 4th and inches. So, all right. Moving on. Sabres play Boston tonight.
The dog called Walk This Way. Topped with roast beef, crispy shallots, Thousand Island dressing, sharp cheddar.
You know what? That sounds all right. That sounds like a winner.
It's one of the better ones, I would say, on the year.
We're back tomorrow. What are we going to do? Lament the loss to the Chiefs. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, thanks everybody for texting, calling, listening. The Extra Point show's coming up. And, hang in there, I guess.
Hang in there.
WGR.
Hey, it's Sneaky Joe DiBiase here. Great news. There's never been a better time to make the move to